2020, July 5th, 2023. We have a slightly turned around agenda for this evening. We'll do public participation, then dispositions and call-ups. And we're going to go to matters. The matter B is off the agenda, so we don't need to worry about that. Matter A, Christopher is going to present to us, and we've set aside no more than an hour for his presentation and questions from the board. So I would really appreciate the board's help in being as concise as you can be with your questions. We will have a presentation in August from Christopher. That'll be a more in-depth presentation or a more complete presentation. So we'll have a second bite at the apple. And then we will go to our public hearing item. If there are more than 15 folks planning to in the public planning to speak to the public hearing item, which is about intensity standards, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. So I'm letting folks know now. Prepare a 3-minute statement and a 2-minute statement, and we will let you know where we're at when we get to that portion of the meeting. If you are part of the public who will want to listen in or speak to that public hearing item, I think if you don't want to stick through the first hour, come back at 7, and that would be a good time to rejoin the meeting. Okay, so Vivian, let's see if there's anyone from the public who wants to participate in public participation, which is your opportunity to speak on any issue that is not a public hearing item today. So if you have comments on anything other than occupancy, please raise your electronic hand. Vivian will walk us through the regulations, the rules about public participation. Thank you, Vivian.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thanks, Devin, for pulling them up. So thanks everybody for joining from the public tonight. We do appreciate you taking your time to attend the planning board meeting. My name is Vivian Castro-Wooldridge, and I help to facilitate the public engagement parts of these meetings. These rules I'm sharing are in place to help us achieve a balance between transparency with community members and security that minimizes disruptions. And as Sarah mentioned, planning board will start with open comments from community members, and there is one public hearing item later today in the agenda. We want our participants to know that the city is really striving into a vision co-created by city staff and community for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations, and that we worked with community to develop these rules of engagement or expectations for meetings. And the vision is really designed to promote free conversation and dialogue, while at the same time recognizing we want to make sure everyone participating feels safe and welcome, and we want to ensure that we make space for different viewpoints in our meetings because we believe it leads to more informed decision making. Next slide. We have a lot of information on our website about our productive atmospheres vision if you're interested, and I'm going to be a bit specific right now about what we need to know for the meeting tonight. There are a number of rules of decorum in the Boulder Revised Code, and we have general guidelines that are advisory in nature to share with all of our participants this evening. First, we ask that all remarks and testimony raised tonight be related to city business. Second, we will not allow any participant to make threats or use any other forms of intimidation against any person in this session. Obscenities, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts the meeting or makes it difficult or impossible to continue in the moment is prohibited. And we also ask that participants from the public identify themselves by their first and last name. So if you plan to speak and you haven't displayed your full name yet, you can do that usually by right-clicking on your name.
Vivian, I'm sorry. Mark and Lisa are both waiting to be let in.
Oh, good. Thanks for popping in there. Devin, I can do it real fast. Apologies. Okay, I got Lisa here. And Mark, yeah, I see him.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
No, that's fine. Okay, so just one more slide. I think so we're in the Zoom webinar format, and it allows participants from the public to speak at designated times, and we won't turn on the video for community members because of security concerns and in the Zoom platform. There's no pre-existing list for signing up to participate. So if you're in the meeting, we welcome you at the appropriate time to raise your hand. You at the bottom of your screen, you should see a horizontal menu with 3 clickable items. You can click on the hand icon and we'll know to call on you. If you have an expanded menu, you can also get to the raise hand icon by clicking on reactions. And I don't see anybody participating by phone. If that changes later, I can explain the how to raise your hand by phone. That's it. Over to you, Sarah. And I guess we can also ask people to go ahead and raise their hand if they wish to participate in this public comment part of the meeting.
Right. So if just to follow on what Vivian just said, if you want to speak to any issue other than the public agenda item on intensity standards tonight, this is your opportunity. So please raise your electronic hand and then Vivian will call on you.
What about the informational item? Can people speak to that or not?
Yeah, I think so. I think the rule is just public hearing items. I think unless Laurel, help us, please. We've not had this question.
That's correct.
Okay. So
Yeah,
just
any items that you can later speak to in the meeting. So public hearings have that space to speak.
Hearing items. So if someone particularly wants to talk about Boulder Junction Phase 2, you're welcome to do that in this moment as well.
Alrighty, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for
Lynn just popped up. Yeah. Okay, Lynn, you know the drill. You have 3 minutes. Let me just get the timer ready. Sorry. Go ahead, Lynn.
The time flew by and I was on my bike, so I just raced in. God, exactly the second. I was pushing really hard, but I'm 70, but I can do it, you know? So what I wanted to talk about was the demise of Caroline Miller, how she needs to be reinstated, and how this affects the planning board and the whole city council and the whole city government. Because Caroline was a perfectly good attender of meetings. She went to 30 meetings straight in a row for 2 years. And then the 3rd year, she had 2 absences one time, and then a separate time from that, she had another 2 absences. She did not have 3. She was not in a position to be fired. What she did was she revealed information. She was a whistleblower, and she got axed because of it. And if she can get axed, boy, oh boy, it's planning board, it's anybody that this can happen with. Now, you on planning board, I know you're not going to be axed because none of you are really strong advocates for, you know, for the kind of things Caroline is. And she spoke about stuff like the packet had incorrect metadata in it. And there were electronic communications that were inappropriate. And the state legislature right now is debating, Julie Gonzalez, I think, and someone else are debating this issue of having open records and having mostly with open meetings. And she revealed, only under the prompting of Tara Weiner, interestingly, I thought, after she was being asked and she was responding and they were questioning her about the fact that Sam Weaver and Rachel Friend spoke to Hal Halstein on the OSBT to ask him what a good multiplier would be so that CU South could trade the land, if not acre to acre, then what would be fair for that? That is not, and she had the audacity to write me a letter and say, well, what did you think about this? Like, and that isn't the point. The point is she wasn't supposed to be talking with Sam Weaver, 2 other council people, with an open space board of trustees. That is illegal. And Julie Gonzalez and another person are fighting to enforce this kind of a thing. There was also issues of getting people to open space. When open space has their own charter, unlike you, that might not have the same objectives as the city council. And the city council is a higher order. You're just an advisory board. OSBA
Lynn,
just
Lynn,
an
your time's up.
advisory board. So it's really get her reinstated because it threatens all of you and all of city government. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Well, I see Laurel just has her hand up. I think she wants to clarify a point. Go ahead.
Yeah, apologies. I said before that you can talk about anything that's on the agenda that's not a public hearing. That's actually incorrect. Citizens can address any matters not scheduled on the agenda for that meeting. So just as Lynn talked about something that's not actually on our agenda, any citizen's allowed to weigh in on that. So apologies for the confusion.
Okay, so for future reference, anything but the public hearing item is fair game, as is anything else they might want to talk about.
Anything that's
nothing.
not on the agenda
Oh, sorry, anything that's not on the agenda.
for
My
tonight.
apologies.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
So if they wanted to talk about future agendas or other
Okay,
things,
right.
they can.
thank you so much. Appreciate that. Anyone else have their hand up besides?
Nope. Mm-mm.
Okay, thank you, Laurel. Okay, so now we're going to go through dispositions, planning board call-ups and continuations. Call-up item 2470, 49th Street Site Review Minor Amendment LUR 2022-00048. Does anyone have questions for staff or want to call it up? I will take that as a no. Okay, call up item B, number B, letter B. OSMP Harf House Well Replacement WET 2023-00006. Questions for staff or call up? Nope. Okay. Call up item C, use review at 3000 Pearl Parkway, LUR 2022-00043. Any call ups or questions? Okay. We will now move on to matters from the planning board. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, since two of our members were not yet online, weren't not yet with us, so they may not have heard. We've given an hour to agenda item A, which is an update on Boulder Junction Phase 2. We're going to do a hard stop at 7:11. And this is an opportunity to ask some questions, but we will have another opportunity in August to return to this topic. Item B is no longer an item to discuss. We will still be having the hearing on August 8th on the Millennium Harvest House project. So with that, yes, Mark.
So before, I heard what Laurel said, and before we move on too far from the public speaking rules, I misunderstood, or I have a question for Laurel. So,
Yes, sure.
okay, we have a public hearing item that is entirely understandable that the public would speak at that public at the correct time for the public hearing item. But they are not prohibited from speaking to other items that are on the agenda. Anything else other than a public hearing, my understanding is. Okay,
Apologies. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And I also didn't introduce myself for the record. So I'm Laurel. I'm with the city attorney's office for the city of Boulder. So under our rules, there's a section called citizen participation in the order, and it says a citizen may address any matters not scheduled on the agenda for that meeting. So that means they can talk about future things. They can talk about things related to planning, anything they wish to, as long as it's not on the agenda.
Okay, is that same rule in effect for council?
I do not know the answer to that, but it looks like Brad Mueller's hand is up, so maybe he has a little more experience with council.
Yeah, I can clarify that. So the intent behind that is that folks they can only speak to items that are public hearing. That's hence the name public hearing. But during the public comment period, the intent is that people could speak about any item they want for the 2 or 3 minutes that are allotted. When there's a matters of staff or something like that, those aren't open for public comment. So the public sometimes does speak on those items. But that's not so much the intent. But I think Mark is parsing that nuance where people do sometimes speak to items that are not public hearing items, even though they're on the agenda.
So it's technically not allowed by our rules, but for what Chris is going to speak to, that will come back for a public hearing in the future. So there is still an opportunity for the public to weigh in at some point.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes, Kurt.
I don't want to take any more time on this, but it would be nice at some point to clarify that, just because there is often a need for people. There's no other opportunity in a lot of cases for people to speak other than public comment on some of these items. Thanks.
Maybe we can add that to our agenda for our retreat. Laura?
I just want to third that. That also raised my eyebrows. That has not been our practice for the year that I've been on planning board. It has been people can speak to any item except for the public hearing item, whether it's on the agenda or not, which makes sense to me from a public participation standpoint. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some confusion or something mistake in the rules, because that's not how city council does it, and that's not how we've done it.
Okay, so let's revisit that at a later date. I appreciate all the comments. Okay, Brad, just so you know, your hand is still up. Okay, we will move on now to the matters item, update to planning board on the book. Actually, before I even say that, if you're planning to speak to the public item when we get to it, please note that if there are more than 15 people, we will limit it to 2 minutes. If it's less than 15, we'll have 3 minutes. So I just want you to be forewarned, because being forewarned is forearmed. Okay. Agenda title, update to planning board on the Boulder Junction Phase 2 project and proposed amendments to the Transit Village area plan. We're starting at 6:16 and we are going to stop at 7:16 on this topic. Thanks, Christopher. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you, planning board members. My name is Christopher Johnson. I'm the comprehensive planning manager. As Chairperson Silver mentioned, I'm going to provide an update on Boulder Junction Phase 2. Let me go ahead and get my screen shared so we can move things along at a timely clip. So hopefully you should be just seeing the slideshow there. I'm going to take the lead and do all of the presentation this evening, but certainly we would not have made as much progress as we have on this project without the help of Chris Ranglos and Becca Heeb, Ali Fincher, and Vivian Castro-Woldridge being our project team on this project. So just a quick overview of what I'll cover in the presentation. I will give everybody an update on the progress that we have made so far in the Boulder Junction Phase 2. I'll talk a little bit about what we've heard through all of our community outreach over the last several months, and then really the heart of the matter for you this evening, and then ultimately when we come back in August, our proposed amendments to the Transit Village area plan. So we have a preliminary set of those that we would love to get your feedback on. I will quickly review the next steps and schedule here for the next couple months as we move towards hopefully approval of those amendments, and then save plenty of time for discussion and questions that you may have. So overall project progress, just as a reminder, what we're talking about is an area that is within the Transit Village area plan. This is a plan that was adopted back in 2007. It guides future changes in this area of Boulder called Boulder Junction, generally bound on the north by Valmont Road, Foothills Parkway to the east, the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad to the south, and north Boulder Farmers Ditch, and then also 30th Street then on the west. The vision that was established in the area plan back in 2007 envisions Boulder Junction as a lively and engaging place with a range of uses attracting a broad diversity of ages, incomes, and ethnicities. It refers to a charming chaos with a variety of building sizes, styles, and densities. I've also seen this referred to as messy vitality, just as a side note. Citywide and neighborhood scale public spaces being included in this particular area, and then also references something which, maybe this term is reflective of 2007, but the notion of an eco village that emphasizes alternative energy, sustainability, walking, biking, and possibly car-free areas. So the intention of our work now in 2022 is not really to revisit the overall vision for this area, but to make some strategic updates to some of the key components of the plan, knowing that the world has changed and Boulder has changed quite a bit in the last 15 years. So This is what the area of the phase one, which is basically the west side of the railroad tracks. This is what it used to look like pre-TVAP in 2005. And this is all the progress that has been made so far. And actually, this photograph is a little bit out of date, as much of that development there at the corner of 30th and Pearl is reaching completion. But you can see the phase one area really is substantially complete. It has been mostly built out. Infrastructure has been included. And so that is why we are now moving into the phase two area. But as I mentioned, the community's needs have really changed over the last 15 years. And so is it worth the opportunity to crack the area plan open a bit and look at some revisions? The other thing that I want to point out is that some considerations and opportunities within this phase two area, which is east of the railroad tracks, and some things that staff has really been trying to think about throughout this process, is that this is a fairly different animal than phase one. As you saw in the image earlier, phase one there was a lot of vacant land. Actually, the city owned a large portion of that land and then worked with Boulder Housing Partners to develop affordable housing. On the phase two side, it's a much different story. There's multiple existing properties and owners. There's very few vacant areas. There's a number of vibrant local businesses. The city does not own a lot of land in this area, except for the Goose Creek Greenway that runs east-west, basically through the center of this area. So we have to really think about how we can plan for and anticipate kind of a much more incremental change. And there's going to be some intermediate conditions here in this area that may go on for a period of time. The good news is that the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan that was just recently completed last year really offers a lot of very relevant policies and planning framework that we can work from. So we have been looking at the Transit Village Area Plan specifically at three key components. So we're looking at amendments to the Land Use Plan, the Transportation Connections Plan, and then the urban design and character elements of the plan itself. This is the overall timeline. So we got started really back at the end of 2022 and then really launched formally at the beginning of the year. We've worked through the background inventory and the phase one substantial completion report, have worked through a number of sort of needs assessments and developed some alternatives that we reviewed with a number of community members and focus groups and city council in a study session. And now we are moving towards this preferred approach and hopefully into the plan amendment and adoption process here, hopefully starting in August with all of you. So what we have heard through the public outreach and activities that we have done, there's been a number of different focus group meetings. We had 4 different focus groups that we created. One of what we call daily users. So these were people that live and work in the area. Property and business owners is a second group, advocacy groups, and then the fourth was the design and development community. So we had hosted a number of focus group meetings, open houses, and online questionnaires that dovetailed with those open houses to essentially ask similar questions. A number of different site tours and outreach events, and then also have formed the what Kurt will know of as the multi-board working group. He is your planning board liaison to that group. And really that's an opportunity for us to bring together liaisons from a number of different boards across the city to have a bit more of a conversation with different perspectives as we move through this process. As I mentioned, we also had a study session with City Council back in June. So a very, very high level summary of what we've heard through the process. In the phase 1 area, some of the things that people liked or responded well to was there's a range of different residential types and sizes that are offered at a fairly broad range of prices. There's a mix of different uses across the area, and overall there's a fairly well-connected mobility network, and walkability is pretty good. Some of the things that people disliked is that it feels maybe a bit cold and corporate, and the architecture is flat in some cases. There's a lack of green public space and tree canopy, so it feels more urban than maybe it should at that sort of 4- and 5-story height limit. And also just overall, it's missing kind of a unifying sense of place and character. And so that's something that we really want to try to address in the phase 2 area. So some of the desires that people have talked about in terms of what phase 2 might do slightly differently than phase 1, there's a very strong voice about supporting a lot of the existing and then also encouraging new local and small businesses. In particular, the phase 2 side is an area that has a number of light industrial and service type of uses. So how do we continue to promote those going forward? Really looking to try to provide some additional green space and outdoor areas, looking for an opportunity to allow more housing and mixed use opportunities. The current Transit Village area plan actually limits residential uses in a very large portion of the phase 2 area. So opening that up and making that more flexible, continuing to build out the bike and pedestrian network, and trying to find a way to make this feel a bit more like Boulder. Is there a way to create some more eclectic, funky type of places where that just feel a bit more organic in nature and maybe not quite so contrived. So in the City Council study session, again, broad overview of some of the feedback we heard. Staff had proposed a number of different alternatives for land use options, and the direction from City Council was to explore MUTOD, which is the mixed use transit oriented development land use category, throughout this entire area to allow the greatest level of flexibility, but also, caveated with an opportunity or a desire to preserve and enhance opportunities for light industrial and service type of uses. Looking for ways to use the transportation connections to not only enhance the network within the area, also to external locations, but also to break down some of the larger blocks. This is a fairly sort of suburban landscape in terms of office buildings and parking lots and roads. So using some of those bike and ped connections to break down those larger blocks. In particular, looking at the southern area, it's fairly limited in terms of connectivity because of the railroad. So looking for ways that we can enhance connectivity out of that area. And then also they agreed with the approach to developing an urban design framework that could refine the land use outcomes in these different different locations across the phase 2 area, and also to identify some future outdoor gathering spaces that seem to be lacking. We also are working with EPS, Economic and Planning Systems. They're a market research firm, an economic firm, as a consultant to do some market study work. They have some preliminary findings. We included a bit of information in the memo for you to review. They are continuing to work on much more refined market outcomes that they'll be delivering to us here in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be incorporating into the package for any public hearings coming forward. But a couple of just key trends. Overall market support for residential is very likely to remain strong. Actually, the phase 1 area represents about 33% of all the multi-unit residential that's been added in the last 10 or so years. Retail demand is really going to be tied to that residential development. Right now, the rents within the phase 1 area are much lower than the citywide average. So that sort of indicates that there's a softness in demand for retail in the phase 1 area, considering actually portions of that are still under construction and are not fully occupied yet. Industrial uses in Boulder, as I'm sure all of you are aware, that the nature of that is changing pretty dramatically. Overall, the city has seen a net loss of industrial and flex space since 2010, but a lot of the surrounding cities around us have seen an increase. The phase 2 area currently represents about 6% or so of the industrial space citywide. So that's just kind of a point of fact there that it's not a huge amount of the industrial space, but it's also not just completely insignificant. And then finally, office demand. I think we're all still a bit in the dark as to what office looks like coming out of COVID and with hybrid work and just different efficiencies of using office space. Interestingly enough, the rents in the phase 1 area are actually higher than citywide average and more similar to downtown. It's partly, I think, just due because these are new buildings and sort of Class A office space. and that office demand going forward is likely, to be considerably lower than our pre-pandemic levels for at least some period of time. Sarah, I see you've got your hand up. Would you like to ask a quick question?
That's just a follow-up to the industrial uses, the statistic that there's been a net loss of industrial flex space since 2010. Does that include the projected net loss in like East Boulder sub-community plan, or is that a number that's only about what has actually physically disappeared?
I believe that is an actual number, so not anticipating planned changes. All right. Well, in order to stay on track in terms of timing, I do want to dive into the proposed amendments here. And we've kind of framed this up to express what we heard from the community through the process and how we have tried to address this in the proposed changes. So as I mentioned above, really this looking for flexibility to allow for housing across the phase 2 area, a mix of uses, and perhaps more intensity than had originally been anticipated within the Transit Village Area Plan. Supporting light industrial and surface uses, and then really building in opportunities for more green areas and gathering spaces. So we've tried to address that by applying that MUTOD land use. It is the most flexible land use category we have, and it's applied to most of the phase 2 area. We did, in terms of a nod towards the light industrial and service uses, we've actually are currently proposing MUI, which is mixed use industrial, to the central portion around Old Pearl. It's important to note that this land use category still allows for residential, but it does prioritize other types of uses like light industrial and services on the ground floor. And then the Goose Creek corridor, we have identified that to have a land use category of PKUO, which is park, urban, or other, really to kind of crystallize the desire for some more park-like enhancements along Goose Creek, as opposed to just sort of the storm and flood purpose that it serves today. So this is an overview from a graphic standpoint of kind of what that looks like. You can see the MUTOD applied to the northern and southern portions, the MUI applied along Old Pearl, where there are a lot of existing light industrial and service uses in that particular area. PKUO along Goose Creek, and then there's actually a tiny little sliver of open space development rights or restrictions for a small scenic easement that OSMP actually holds down along Pearl Parkway. So that's more of a cleanup item, but I wanted to make sure to draw your attention to that. I do want to clarify quickly, just, there's been a lot of, I think, debate and sort of split support amongst groups that we've talked to about using MUI versus MUTOD in that central portion. If I were to explain the difference between the two, looking at the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan descriptions, really the first sentence I think is most critical, where MUTOD, the uses says that it consists predominantly of attached residential uses, whereas MUI says consists predominantly of light industrial use on the ground floors. So that's really the key difference. Quite honestly, the types of uses that are allowed in both of these is very, very similar. They both allow for residential, they both allow for light industrial and services and retail and all those other complementary uses. So there's just some nuance really in terms of that, particularly that ground floor and what can and cannot sort of happen there in between those two uses. And just as a point of reference in terms of some of the estimates we've made from the modeling we've done, if we were to go with MUTOD instead of MUI for that central portion, that would allow for approximately 200 additional homes within that particular location, but also would result in perhaps about 250 fewer jobs overall. So again, those are all just based on assumptions, and of course, assuming that all of those areas would redevelop at some point, but wanted to provide that as again, another point of information.
Kurt, you have a question?
Yeah, my understanding is we have not yet drawn up the zone districts corresponding to these land uses. Is that correct?
For MUI, actually, the zone district that typically would apply in there is something called IMS, Industrial Mixed Service, I believe. So that does exist, but it's true that MUTOD, as part of implementation of the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, that's actually a project that's going to be kicking off in the next couple of weeks, which is great. And there currently is not a zone district that is a perfect match. There's a couple that work pretty well, but the hope is that through that implementation process to update the form-based code would be to perhaps consider a new zone district that could be applied to that UTOD area.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Christopher, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So transportation connections, we have heard about, of course, enhancing that internal pedestrian and bicycle network, using those connections to break down larger blocks. And then one thing that came up as well, just with internal conversations with our transportation and mobility department and others, is really to try to balance some of the ideas with real world feasibility. When the Transit Village Area Plan was developed 15 years ago, there are a few lines on the map that really realistically would be very, very challenging from a feasibility standpoint, engineering or cost or otherwise. So we tried to make some key revisions there to just present a transportation connections plan that we think is reasonable and can be constructed. So we've focused a lot of the connections on people as opposed to vehicular connections. We've added and included several new multi-use paths and sidewalks, and then revised some of those infeasible or redundant connections. So this is the revised transportation connections plan. You can see a number of multi-use paths in that sort of dark green dashed line on the northwestern area, leading to that red star is the location of where eventually a potential rail transit station would be located. So there's a number of connections leading to that. There are a few vehicular connections in that northern portion to kind of build out that grid a little bit and take that from a more suburban, type of loops and cul-de-sacs and create a bit more of a grid there. And then a few additional multi-use paths, again, sort of along the southern side and connections, and revise some of the alignments just based on a better understanding of some of the grade changes that exist out there and other barriers. The final element is design character. So really we've heard about utilizing Goose Creek as an amenity in this particular area, finding ways to identify outdoor gathering spaces, and really thinking about retail viability. I think one of the key comments we heard about phase one is that retail feels like it's spread throughout the entire area as opposed to being more focused on highly active locations where that retail might actually be a bit more successful. So that's something we've taken into account. And then really just this notion of trying to keep this area, fun and funky and finding ways to do that going forward. So we've created a very strong pedestrian focus along Goose Creek with actually an opportunity for a sort of signature sculptural bridge crossing at that location. Identified multiple outdoor space locations of a variety of different sort of sizes and opportunities for outcomes. We've identified a couple of retail nodes at activity areas that could apply for, or where retail we feel like would be more viable and not applied it everywhere. And then also there's going to be a number of future steps to refine some of the architectural character and really what some of the material quality of these areas look like. So one thing that we have identified that we feel like is very complementary to the transportation connections plan is a system of pedestrian corridors and paseos. So we've identified 2 of those lining both the north and south sides of Goose Creek, and also a number down at the very southern portion to help break up some of the large parcels that are in the southern portion of phase 2. And these are really intended to be something more than what we get in our standard design and construction details that would apply to our typical transportation connections. Really, these are seen as kind of enhanced urban spaces with a variety of amenities, materials, and landscape. A couple of image ideas there. One more urban on the top, and one that perhaps starts to introduce a lot more trees and green and landscape on the south. These are just ideas, but something to help, get the juices flowing a bit. The gathering spaces we've identified, there are 6 of those kind of across the phase 2 area, 3 larger ones, one at that rail station, one at what would be that pedestrian bridge crossing, and then one in the south area, and then 3 smaller ones as well. And then tried to highlight and identify in the red there where some of those retail nodes might be most successful. I will say that's still a bit of an unanswered question at this point. We're still refining our thinking there, but when we had the discussion with our focus groups, the one area where there was alignment across all those groups was at that future rail station. That there certainly would be an opportunity for some a retail node at that location. And then finally, as you may remember from the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, there is this concept of place types that help to kind of further refine the land use categories and provide some performance expectations of what those outcomes may look like. So we've applied 3 of those to this particular area. And we think that's especially important if we ultimately land on using MUTOD across the entire area, because it'll help to create a little bit more refinement for some of these different areas. So when we reviewed this with our focus groups and then also with the multi-board working group earlier this month, generally there was an overall support for the proposed amendments. I do think that there's a bit of a the proof is in the pudding, feeling that we want to make sure that these become a reality and we need the programs in place to make that happen. As I mentioned, there's some split opinion about MUI versus MUTOD along Old Pearl. We continue to just get consistent comments about the need for pocket parks and green space. So thinking about how we can continue to build those in, enabling more architectural creativity and general agreement with focusing the retail around some activity nodes. A couple of feedback that we got from Tila Duhaime, who's our liaison from the Transportation Advisory Board, was actually that in the previous plan and the original TVAP, there's a number of underpass locations that have been identified for multi-use paths, and her direction, and we'll be actually having a discussion with TAB in early August about this, but really her direction is to look at perhaps using more enhanced at-grade crossings as opposed to building all of those underpasses. They are complex, they're expensive, and there may be better opportunities to actually share space between bicycles and others as opposed to really separating those two systems. The one great thing is that we did hear from a lot of our focus group members, really the vast majority except for 1 or 2, that there is a desire to stay involved in the process. So I think we've built a lot of trust with this group and hopefully are moving things forward. So that's a summary of the amendments. Just in terms of very quickly next steps, we are here this evening giving you a quick update on where we've landed. Our hope is to return on August 22nd for a hearing of those plan amendments. Our team is working diligently to actually pull together the actual amendment to the plan itself that we will of course be providing as part of the packet to you for that hearing in August. And then if that does go forward, we receive some recommendations from all of you, we would hope to go to City Council in September. And this is really just the first step. So updating the plan is kind of creating the menu, and we've got to write the recipes and figure out how to make the menu. So there will be future steps to update the comprehensive land use map, comprehensive plan land use map, and the transportation master plan. That would require approval process with TAB and this group and with City Council as well. We need to work through just the implementation of all the major infrastructure needs and timing and how that will be funded. There's also, as Kurt mentioned, there's a number of zoning and regulation updates that we'll need to be making to really guide redevelopment. And then I'd say a really important point is, as related to small and local businesses, is working through with our community vitality department what programs and what support we can offer to encourage those to continue. As I mentioned, there's a number of local businesses in the area. So if portions of this start to redevelop, how do we help support those businesses to move into those new spaces over time? And with that, we will go to key discussion questions for all of you.
All right, Christopher, thank you. We have about 35 minutes to ask questions or to give comments, feedback. So I appreciate if everyone would be concise in their comments. And if you hear someone ask and have their question and answered, please don't ask again, ask the same question again. All right, hands, please, who has a question or a comment? I know this crew, I know people do. Raise your hand. Okay, there you go, Mark.
I can flip back to any slide you need, Mark.
Thanks. That was a great and fast-paced presentation. There were a couple things that you said along the way that I wanted to ask about. The cul-de-sacs as part of the grid. I'm curious why we're thinking in this particular kind of dense urban form. Maybe I misheard. Are you advocating for multiple cul-de-sacs within TVAP2 as part of the grid?
No, actually, we would be, let me just grab my little spotlight here. So these orange alignments here, if you can see that, those would be new local roads. Essentially, those cul-de-sacs would go away. This would probably be the only one that would remain, but we would add to this grid. I will say there was also some discussion about Wilderness Place and this loop and whether or not there would be an opportunity to actually make that more of a grid in some fashion and you know, remove this kind of parcel from the island of roadway here. So I think that's a future discussion with our transportation team about what feasibility that might look like.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So you also mentioned the materiality, the material quality thematically of the buildings within TVAP2. So this is, again, I always get confused with this. Most or all of TVAP1 was built under form-based code. Is that correct?
It's actually the opposite. There are, I believe, 1 or 2 projects that were developed under the form-based code. Most were done through site review. And I do know that there was one that technically went through site review, but was kind of a test case for the form-based code.
Okay, so then under TVAP2, with the lessons that we learned from using form-based code, which my general impression in TVAP1 was that was successful. How will form-based code, and maybe you don't know yet, or you haven't decided, or it's part of the community discussion, but how would form-based code be applied in TVAP2? What's the plan currently?
Yeah, it's a great question. I will say we don't have a formal decision as to whether or not we will apply form-based code in the phase 2 area or not. I do think that our inclination is to do so, and really to use the process that Kathleen King will be leading for developing form-based code for East Boulder. That has a lot of similarities in terms of how light industrial and office type of uses can be redeveloped over time. And so I think we're going to learn a lot through that process and would hope to apply some similar lessons learned here as well.
Okay. I also note that in TVAP1, and I've mentioned this on more than one occasion, that 34th Street south of Belmont is really an exceptional street cross section that it's an example of something that doesn't exist, as far as I know, anywhere else in Boulder. But I think it's a super forward-looking design. It's very pleasant. Do you have plans to have the street cross sections in TVAP2 be that kind of narrow, pedestrian-oriented, cars are allowed, but they're the guest sort of feel that 34th Street does in TVAP1?
I think generally my response would be yes. I do think that there is definitely still work to be done in terms of the implementation plan as to refining what those street cross sections would look like, and that those will be future steps for us as we move forward with hopefully getting the plan amendment approved. That would be one of those initial steps, is really to dive into the infrastructure improvements and what those should look like. I do think that there is a very strong desire for the phase 2 area, which currently is very vehicular and car dominated, to transition towards something that is much more pedestrian and bicycle oriented.
Okay.
Mark,
Last
do you mind
thing,
do you mind if we go to Laura just, and we'll come
Sure,
back?
I was just gonna make a final comment and I'm
Oh,
done.
fine, go ahead, please make
Okay.
a final comment, and then we'll go to Laura.
I just want to support the input from the TAB member, Tila Duhane, in that our fascination and with underpasses, I think many times we can provide at-grade crossings that are safe, just as safe, maybe safer, and certainly less expensive, allowing us to use those funds in other ways to, again, enhance different modes of transport other than the car. So I support her comments, and I hope you take those to heart, and thank you for a great presentation.
Right. Thank you, Mark.
Laura?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'll just say briefly, Christopher, I love what the team has done. It seems like you have very much listened. You have done extensive public outreach to a variety of stakeholder groups. I'm sorry, I'm getting a notification about my hand. I'll lower my hand. I really appreciated your presentation. I thought it was very balanced in acknowledging some of the strengths and some of the weaknesses and things that you're looking at and how you've tried to address comments. So excellent work by staff, in my opinion here. I am very interested to hear what Kurt has to say as the representative of the multi-board working group, but from my perspective, really great work here. I especially love the conversation that you're having about green space and the bike and pedestrian network and the paseos to make this area feel more active, more lively. That's one of the comments we get about phase 1 a lot, is that, you know, it feels like it has a lot of potential. Like if it were in a more populated area, if there were more people using it, it would be very attractive and cool and lively. And the thing that kind of stands out to people is that it can feel kind of empty sometimes. So I love that you're thinking about ways to make phase 2 more of a draw to people and have more gathering spaces and more green space, especially, and more bike ped friendly. So really love that. Agree with Tila and Mark about the at-grade crossings. It feels like underpasses have some disadvantages and are very expensive. So if there's not a compelling safety need for underpasses, I'm supportive of the at-grade crossing idea. And lastly, I wanted to comment on the mixed use industrial, which is one of your key questions for us, and say that I am supportive of having that strip of mixed use industrial, even though it sounds like it might take down the housing count a little bit, the housing potential. You all know that I'm very pro housing and like to see a lot of housing. But that concern about losing light industrial and service activities and businesses was really prominent in the East Boulder conversation too. And I think we really need to honor that we don't want all of those uses to go away. And if we don't zone for them, residential is a use that creates higher profit margins. And so it will go away if we don't specifically zone for it. So I love applying the place types and applying that mixed use industrial category that call for ground floor industrial and service uses. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to call on myself and then I'll call on ML. So I want to build on what Laura just said about the not so much MUI, but about protecting the light industrial. I had concerns with East Boulder subcommunity plans, and I have concerns here that even MUI will result in the disappearance of certain types of light industrial, because there are certain types of light industrial people are not going to want to live on top of. And I think we really, really need that. The reason I asked the question about is that net loss of light industrial reflect the gigantic decisions that were made in East Boulder subcommunity plan? And the answer is no, they don't. So I think our losses are probably of light industrial is probably greater than we acknowledge in our statistics, because we can only count what has actually happened versus what is projected to happen. So I'm actually a little uncomfortable with having mixed use that only, and not setting aside some space that really is for light industrial. So that's comment number one. Comment number two is what I always comment about with these area plans, which is please, 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 some free range trees, not just graded trees. It is, those trees do not grow, the graded trees do not grow for very long. They die quickly. You need, if you're going to have an urban, a very dense urban environment, as you do with the TBAP1, you got to allow trees to grow. Otherwise, it feels exactly the way people have described it, which is sterile and not all that appealing and not very pleasant to walk through, which is something we want to encourage people to do. So those are my comments. And now I will call on ML.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Christopher, for a very comprehensive. I enjoyed the presentation. It touched on, I think, so many key factors. So there are a couple of things. I am backing all of the comments made about industrial. And I think that the idea of an industrial use on the ground floor and a different use, whether it be an office or a residence on top, is not really viable. One of the slides you talked about what's real and what isn't. And I think that that is not real. And when we think about true industrial, it exists back there. And I don't believe that the current direction is granting that enough space to actually survive. So that would be a comment, is maybe it's a different place type, something that needs to be identified that would anchor the true possibility of an industrial use. The second comment I have is there is a real art to making pedestrian corridors vital. And I appreciate that it's on the table as acknowledging that they carry a lot of weight. There are extraordinary examples all over in any vibrant city about that. And I think that the concerns about let's keep Boulder fun, let's have a there, that's they're probably ripping off of phase one, where it's like, okay, what is this? So I think to have big arrows and stars pointed to the pedestrian corridors, it will be critical to the success of this as a pedestrian focused area. And lastly, and this is just a wondering, I think you said that this is mostly private ownership. And so what is the city thinking? What are we thinking will jumpstart the directions that we're looking at? Is this for the public area along Goose Creek that will help jumpstart some of these ideas? What?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, well, a couple thoughts. There has been a few property owners that have reached out to us and expressed some interest, obviously in the process, but also, learning about what could be, and I think starting to have some ideas about some redevelopment potential. So I do think there's a couple of projects that could, conceivably be a bit of a catalyst. I also think that as part of this, the next phase of this work, where we work through the implementation of what those infrastructure needs are, what are the capital improvements that the city can get behind, that those will be discussions, with our stormwater and flood division, with Parks and Recreation department, about what kind of capital projects can we be looking at in our 6-year CIP down the road that could, improve make improvements along Goose Creek. And then also, I think realistically, because there's so much of a private land ownership scenario here, there's going to need to be some partnerships, and the city is not going to be able to do a lot of these things on their own. And so I do think that there's going to be some opportunities for, if there happens to be a larger redevelopment project coming in, what opportunities is there for, a developer or for a public-private partnership to do some of these things. So these are all great questions and things that unfortunately I don't have answers for at this moment, but certainly things for us to be keeping on the radar as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Christopher.
Okay, thank you, ML. So Lisa and then George, and before you start speaking, Lisa, I just want to remind people who are waiting to speak to the public agenda item, when we go above 15 people, we will be having 2 minutes comments, not 3 minutes. So just prepare yourselves. Okay, Lisa, you're next, and then George, and then Kurt.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I'm just kind of echoing a lot of what other folks said. It's really exciting to see Boulder Junction 2 at this point, and that we're getting to where it's going to hopefully be a thing sometime soon. I agree with where and as appropriate, trying to keep some of that light industrial, not just to preserve light industrial, but I think it is part of the unique character of this area. So I like having those services, and I also think when and as we can keep some of that personality, I think it really does add to the district. Transportation connections, I know, are always really difficult. I know we're still trying to figure out our relationship with RTD and what RTD is and isn't moving forward. But I would just encourage us to look for ways to activate that transportation, perhaps in partnership with them and perhaps not, if we just can't get it to where it needs to be with them. And then, yeah, I think I'm trying to think of a way to say this that is nice. I think that the first, I think it's interesting to look at the first part of Boulder Junction, which in many ways I think was incredibly successful in getting a lot of housing in pretty densely and getting some affordable housing and so on. And we also have a lot of lessons learned from that. And specifically, I would look at that urban design element and the way that those spaces are or aren't activated, the way that the plaza, in my opinion, is not activated the way that we thought and isn't really legible from major thoroughfares where people know to go there. If there's activity, you can't see it all that well. The way that the bollards keep getting taken out. I think we have some really valuable learnings that we got from what worked and maybe didn't quite go as we wish it did with Boulder Junction, the first part of Boulder Junction. And I'd like to see that applied to the Boulder Junction 2. And also perhaps there might be ways to, even though it's on the other side of the railroad tracks, to address some of those challenges over there in Boulder Junction 1 and strengthen the first part as we went. And so you'll get there, but that would be my plea as this moves forward.
Thank you, Lisa. George, and then Kurt. And if we keep on schedule, we will actually be done at 7:16.
You're doing great. Yeah.
I'll make mine super brief. Thanks for the great presentation. I just wanted to throw my weight behind the comments that Lisa just made, as well in particular as what ML made about the light industrial, and really considering how that's mixed in versus making sure that it has the realistic space to be supported appropriately and not lose too much more of it. So thank you. That's it.
Short and sweet, George. Thank you. Kurt, you're our last commenter.
Great, thank you. Thanks to all my fellow board members for their insightful comments. Just quickly about the multi-board working group, we had a great conversation last week, talking quite a bit about transportation design. We talked about some of the other elements of design. We talked a little bit about the park spaces. There was also, I believe, some discussion about what works best in retail, whether it should be nodes or more linear. And so I think that might be something that would be worth taking up still in the future. But it was a great conversation. I thought it was very useful to get input from a bunch of different perspectives, and hopefully staff felt the same way. I also have some markup on the maps that I think is too difficult to try to relate verbally, But Christopher, if I can just send you those to get my comments in, would that be appropriate?
That would be great. Yeah, we would really appreciate that.
Great. Thank you.
Excellent.
Right, my goodness. Unless someone has a final comment, we have actually completed this portion of our meeting early. So unless someone has a hand up, and I'm loath to see a hand up, but we do have free speech here. Okay, so we are done with this section of the meeting. Christopher, thank you for that wonderful presentation,
Thank
and
you.
my colleagues for your great suggestions and ideas. I suggest we take a 5-minute break, or we could do a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 7:14. Again, for folks who are planning to speak at the meeting about the public hearing, right now we have now we have 18, so it's going to be 2 minutes per person. So you have 10 minutes to kind of edit down, and we will return at 7:14. Thank you all.
And may I ask for staff, when you put up the note about when we'll be back from break, could you, if it's easy to edit, add that it will be 2 minutes each for comment just on that slide so anyone who joins can see? Thank
That's
you.
a great idea, Lisa. Thank you. All right, see you back in 10 minutes.
It looks good, Carl. Can't see your notes or anything. In case you're wondering.
I'm sorry, you're saying you can see my notes?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
It looks perfect. Yeah.
Okay, great. You never know with Zoom, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
I was just gonna put up this, I'm looking for the slide that alerts people. Oh, good. Devin's got it. Thanks, Devin.
Evan, if you can slightly edit that to be 2 minutes per person. That is perfection itself. Thank you. members of the board, if you're in hearing distance of your computers, please come back. Lisa, George, and ML, if you're around, show us your pretty faces. Excellent. George. All right, well, there's 6 of us. We'll get started. Okay, we are back and we are starting a public hearing. That one public hearing item we have, which is a public hearing and recommendation to City Council regarding proposed ordinance 8585, amending chapter 9-8 intensity standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details. And before I hand it over to Carl, I just want to remind the folks who are who will be speaking during open comment that you have 2 minutes and not 3. All right, thank you very much. And Carl, take it away.
Very good. Good evening, board members. My name is Carl Geiler. I'm Senior Policy Advisor with Planning and Development Services, City of Boulder. Before the board tonight is Ordinance 8585 relating to changes to the city's occupancy restrictions. So just as a reminder, this is a City Council initiated project that was commenced in early 2022 at the City Council retreat. Up on the slide is the problem statement that I think is really applying to many of the code change projects that we're working on now, among other endeavors, basically to address the rising cost of housing in the City of Boulder. This is something that's being experienced across the entire country. What the council has asked us to do is to perform a comparative analysis of other communities, since there are a lot of analogs to look at, develop a model occupancy approach, and then solicit community input for changes to our code. The goals and objectives that we had outlined for council was to review city occupancy standards of other peer communities based on the best practices from other communities, prepare options that would be appropriate to Boulder, and also considering simple land use code amendments that would provide greater housing opportunities in the community while preserving neighborhood character in established neighborhoods, and vet those changes in the community. So we've been focusing on a number of different communities to see how they address occupancy. We talked with Planning Board about this in April. We did an extensive review of 60 communities, the board will remember. So that has informed our advancement of this project. So the purpose of tonight, and the chair read the title of the ordinance, but is basically to hold a public hearing on Ordinance 8585 and then discuss the occupancy ordinance and make a recommendation to City Council. So the questions that we have for the board tonight are, does the Planning Board find that the proposed ordinance implements the adopted policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan? And secondly, does the Planning Board recommend any modifications to the draft ordinance? So just wanted to start at the high level. I believe the board has been monitoring the state bill that was being considered in Colorado relating to land use issues. It touched on a lot of things that we're working on now locally related to housing types, allowing more types of housing types in areas that are typically single family, looking at ADUs as well as occupancy. So we just wanted to start by saying that this is something that has been recognized at the state and national level, and that's why the state had kind of taken up the endeavor to create some changes that would apply to localities relating to the housing crisis. So the Senate bill did not pass. Had it passed, we'd be in a situation where potentially occupancy might not even be allowable under state code, but that's not the case. It did not pass. But we just wanted to provide that update to the Planning Board. We've also, in the last few months, have been looking at trying to look up data, trying to get studies, commentaries, and articles that relate to the housing crisis to see what they say. What we've seen is kind of a broad band of perspectives on this issue. There are some analogs where by adding housing, there's not been a drop in housing prices as expected. Again, a lot of these changes are relatively new. And I think it'll take time to see what the changes are going to be. But what a lot of the studies do say that I think resonates is that zoning restrictions do greatly limit housing availability. And that a lot of the studies say is that by loosening up zoning codes and allowing other housing opportunities, that can help affect or reduce housing costs by adding opportunities. So obviously, Boulder, like some other communities, have even higher challenges based on limited land. So, we looked at communities in the Bay Area, obviously limited land area with open space in the Bay, things like that, and a high demand for living in that community makes it even harder to address housing costs. So in communities like Boulder, I think the key here is to remember that there has to be a multi-pronged approach at trying to affect or basically try to resolve the housing crisis by adding availability. So communities that have done that with similar issues are in Washington, Oregon, and California, where there's actually been passed state legislation and court rulings, many of which have made occupancy illegal. There's even a court case not nearby, but Iowa, that made occupancy illegal. So it's things like that have been happening in recent years. We did reach out to a number of the communities, particularly in Washington and Oregon, to see if the changes to occupancy regulations have affected housing costs. There was only one community that noted that their apartment housing had gone down since they eliminated their occupancy rules, but most of the communities have been responding saying that the changes are still relatively fresh, so they've not gotten any data that speaks to lowering housing cost. But there are some analogs that we've looked at that do say it. So we've seen kind of across the board, it's different in different communities. So I'm just going to start again at what is occupancy. I think a lot of us are familiar with these signs that you see in buildings when you're walking around the community about maximum occupancy. That's really relating to building code. So the building code for safety purposes has occupancy limits, just so that in case there's like some sort of emergency and there needs to be, a lot of people leaving a building, that it could be done safely. So there are limits on how many people can be in a building. But since the 1960s, some communities, particularly those with universities and students that can impact neighborhoods, have adopted additional occupancy limits in their zoning codes. A lot of the stated purposes of these occupancy codes is to avoid an overconcentration of people, to mitigate any kind of impacts from parking or noise. But we've also heard some motivations are also rooted in discrimination against people of color and different lifestyles from occupancy regulations. It's something that's stated in the City of Boulder Racial Equity Plan. So I'll briefly go over the current occupancy limits of the City of Boulder. It's very much like other communities where you can have a family in a dwelling unit. There's no limitation on how many members of a family by a court ruling in the 1970s. And if it's not a family, then there's a maximum number of unrelated persons per unit. So members of a family plus 2 additional persons. And then in the low density zones, so that's the public zone, the agricultural zone, rural residential, residential estate, and low density residential, it's a maximum of 3 unrelated persons. And then in all other zones, it's 4 unrelated persons. And remember that these are all ORs. So there's also or 2 persons and any of their children by blood, marriage, guardianship, including children and an adoption. So there's also separate regulations for accessory dwelling units and co-ops and group living uses. We're not making any changes to that section. So There are certain specifications in the code that you can check, but we're not proposing any changes to that. I also want to just highlight the definition of family. It's very broad in the City of Boulder Code. It does include domestic partnerships and same-sex marriage. It does go, deep into like family relations. So our assessment is that there don't need to be any changes to the definition. City Council had highlighted this as something we should look at and see what the community thought, but we don't find that there's any changes that need to happen to the family definition. This is a map that shows the two distinct areas of where the unrelated persons limits are. So you can see most of the area of the city is in the orange, which is the lower density areas of the city. So those are held to the 3 unrelated people. The green areas, which are all the other zones, are at 4 under the current regulations. So we went to City Council on March 9th, and we presented them with a number of options as they requested. It's when we also talked to the council about all the different other communities that we looked at. We also presented all this to Planning Board in April, but gave them a number of options. What council had told us to do is move forward with option B, which was exploring an increase to 4 or to 5 unrelated citywide. So that's what we've moved forward on. So looking at impacts from occupancy, obviously, there are some valid concerns of increasing occupancy. What we've heard from the community is on-street parking availability, increased activity in the neighborhoods, maintenance issues, parties and noise, particularly in areas around the university. This is not uncommon among other communities that we talk to that have universities in town. A lot of the communities that we talk to in Washington and Oregon and even Minneapolis have really made a policy change that by getting rid of the occupancy regulations, their focus has been more on handling the enforcement issues directly rather than linking them to how many people are in a unit. This is largely because of the challenges that our enforcement officers have in going to a unit and finding out exactly how many people actually live there, who's related, who's not. There are a number of challenges that they have to deal with in these complaints. So a lot of communities have been kind of moving away from that and just kind of focusing on if there's specific parking impacts, how do you address that? So today in the City of Boulder, police handles noise and parking issues in the right-of-way, whereas Planning and Development Services does deal with occupancy or illegal dwelling units and property maintenance. So in recent years, active enforcement has been paused, largely due to the pandemic and some staff constraints that we have within the department. We do still address complaints in occupancy. So if there are accounts where there's over occupancy in an area, it does have to be addressed if there's a complaint. And it's something that's typically remedied at the next leasing cycle so that people don't have to be booted out while they're living in the unit. If there are instances of life safety issues, which we have had, those have to be handled immediately. If there's a threatening situation where someone's living in an unsafe condition, that has to be remedied immediately. So we've really focused on community engagement over the last few months to get the sentiments from the community on this particular topic. We know it's a hot topic in the City of Boulder and has been for many years. We've continued engagement with a number of neighborhood groups, particularly around the university. So University Hill, Martin Acres. We actually went out to Aurora East Block Party to talk to people there. We've met with Plan Boulder. We've gone to a number of meetings with the Hill Revitalization Working Group to get the word out to students, which are obviously, a stakeholder in this as well. We've gone to the Dean's Leadership and Values Committee, which includes representatives from the student government. To get even broader perspective, we've been talking to the community connectors and residents. We've reached out to a number of neighborhood representatives and different groups that have been suggested to us as stakeholders. We've had office hours, virtual and in person, to help answer questions. We've heard feedback at Housing Advisory Board and Planning Board meetings in the past. And we also did a Be Heard Boulder questionnaire, which I'll talk a bit more about. There's a lot of detail and a lot of diverse thoughts on this topic. So we actually have 2 attachments to the memo that go into a lot of detail on what we've heard over the last few months. So we've said this before, we use Be Heard Boulder a lot. We do recognize it's a questionnaire. It's not a statistically valid survey. It's just one tool that we use among others to receive feedback and try to get general gauges of what the sentiments and trends are in the community. We've been able to broadcast it pretty widely. The questionnaire was open from April 27th to May 26th. Not sure based on other questionnaires, but we've received a pretty historic amount of responses, about over 2,000. We received over 1,000 written comments on these topics. We do also acknowledge that there are multiple submissions from the same computer. This could be if, you know, there's members of a family that are using the same computer, but it also might be people that are submitting more than once. So we acknowledge that, and we factor that in to what we've heard. But if you want to read the real detailed responses on the questionnaire, attachment C contains that. So we've talked to a number of the folks, like I said, when we talk to the university adjacent neighborhoods, we've heard concerns that if occupancy is increased, it'll drive out families. It'll benefit landlords who will charge the same, if not more. There's concerns that there will be impacts to neighborhoods that will ultimately not achieve what we're trying to work towards, like helping the unhoused or trying to mitigate housing cost. When we talk to Aurora East, which is more of a student mixed with property owner neighborhood, we heard from students that were largely in support of more housing options. When we talked to homeowners, they weren't necessarily concerned with occupancy per se, but they were concerned with additional parking impacts. That particular neighborhood is impacted by folks that park there that live in the dorms nearby, and also some folks that park in that neighborhood and then take the bus that might drive in from out of town. We heard a mixed response also from the Hill Revitalization Group. We've heard, again, a number of student perspectives that things need to be made easier for students, that it's a real challenge for them to afford to live in Boulder, and many have to commute in. And then there were others that, you know, brought the concern that, you know, occupancy should not be increased without guarantees for affordability. When we talked to the Dean's Leadership and Values Committee, obviously students there they felt that many students are very much affected by the lack of affordability in housing, and many have to hold jobs or multiple jobs to pay for their housing to be in Boulder. There's a lot of housing insecurity for students. They don't know. Some of them are living in overoccupied conditions and could be, you know, evicted if there's a complaint. And often students, they want to voice their concerns to council and boards, but tend to be, you know, involved in other things, and that takes them away from speaking to the leadership. When we talk to the community connectors and residents, they didn't spend a whole lot of time talking specifically about occupancy, just that they acknowledged that there were some discriminatory history related to occupancy when it first came online in the 1960s. We broadly heard support from them that the occupancy limits should be removed. When we talked to some of the community leaders, we also heard from someone who was actually in the middle of being evicted. They were living in a unit. There was a complaint about it being overoccupied, and they're now struggling, or were struggling, to find housing after that instance. We heard some support for 5 unrelated citywide. And then we heard other input that university adjacent neighborhoods should be accepted out from any increases. So jumping to the Be Heard Boulder responses, this is just obviously like a generalization of what we saw, but looking at the responses, there was more support for 4 unrelated citywide than 5, with the majority showing strongly support or somewhat support. When we looked at the 5 unrelated, it was more even between, and then there was a higher number of definitely do not support when it came to the 5. A majority of the respondents did not support removing occupancy requirements entirely. Most of the respondents indicated that they were homeowners. About a third indicated that they were renters. There was more support for the changes among renters and younger participants, but more than half of the respondents felt that the current occupancy regulations should not be left as they are. So we went to Housing Advisory Board on April 26th. We'll be going there tomorrow night to get a recommendation on the ordinance. All the members except for one felt that the occupancy rules should be changed. The one member that didn't support it felt that increasing occupancy would not increase affordability, and that the focus should be more on allowing more co-ops rather than the 10 that are permitted each year. Most acknowledged that loosening the rules was the right trajectory. And then there was one member of HAB that expressed concern about corporate entities buying up properties to take advantage of the increased rent income, but noted that this should not be necessarily a zoning issue, but something that should be handled in licensing. I'm not going to read through all the bullet points since you're the planning board and you were at this discussion, but on April 18th, we discussed occupancy. I would just say that it was very mixed, what the board thought about changing the occupancy rules. Excuse me. Okay, that's better. So 3 members expressed support for changing the occupancy regs, and you can see the bullet points for the reasons they supported it. There were 2 members that I would say were firmly against increasing occupancy limits based on impacts to neighborhood character and some of the points that I've already gone over. And I would say that there were 2 planning board members that were in the middle on the topic, and that there needed to be more data to support making changes. So we conveyed all this information, all the community engagement, all the data, studies, analogs from other communities.
Carl, do you want to take a minute and get yourself some water?
I think I'm okay for the moment.
Just
thanks.
If you do, just let us know.
Sure. Lot to say. So on June 15th, we presented all the information to City Council, and then asked Council some questions about whether we should move forward with 4 unrelated or 5 unrelated. We conveyed all the public feedback that we'd received, all the feedback from Planning Board and Housing Advisory Board. And the direction that Council gave us was to proceed on preparing an ordinance to increase the number of occupants to 5 unrelated citywide. One thing they brought up that was relatively new was a concern related to non-conforming uses, particularly on the Hill, where you have densities on certain sites that are more than what's allowed under the current code. There was concern that if the occupancy were increased in each of those units, that would greatly increase the impacts on that neighborhood. And that's something that they asked us to look into and come back with some code language that would address that. So that's what we've done. So I'm going to jump into the content of proposed ordinance 8585. What it proposes is to increase the occupancy limit throughout the city from the 3 and 4 unrelated, depending on zoning district that we have now, up to a uniform 5 unrelated persons. And then in a commensurate way, it would go from 2 to 3 persons and any of their children by blood, marriage, guardianship, including foster children or adoption. This is something that Council asks specifically as well to be included in the ordinance. And then in similar fashion, we've looked at efficiency living units, and we're proposing an increase from 2 occupants to 3 occupants. So one thing that gets a little confusing or a lot confusing is nonconformities. So I think I'm going to go through a number of different scenarios that I think will help the board. But the thing to think about is that there's non-conforming occupancy and then there's non-conforming uses. And when you look at the land use code, the non-conforming use definition does not include occupancy. There's a special section in the occupancy section that's already in the code. That's section 985C that relates to non-conforming occupancy. And what that really means is a dwelling unit that in itself has a non-conforming occupancy greater than what the current code allows. So if they had an occupancy in the past that's higher than the 3 or 4 that we have now, it's considered non-conforming occupancy. Non-conforming uses is different. That's more like if there's a housing type that's on a site that's not an allowable use, or if there's a density like a triplex on a site that only allows a single family home, that's a non-conforming use. So I'll talk more about this as we go into the next few slides. So ultimately, what we're proposing to address what council had asked related to non-conforming uses is adding a new 985D, where we deal with basically freezing the occupancy limit in units that are in non-conforming uses so that you don't have, for instance, you might have a non-conforming triplex on a site and it has conforming occupancy per unit, 3 per unit. So in a triplex, that would be 9 occupants on that site. The concern is if the ordinance permits each unit to go from 3 to 5, that site would go from 9 occupants to a total of 15 occupants, 5 in each unit. The ordinance that's before the board tonight would not allow that. So I'll talk more about those options. So these are some scenarios. I've broken it down into 4 scenarios that I'm hoping will help. And the left side basically shows a single family example, and the right side shows a multifamily example. Each square is a dwelling unit. And then if it's green, it's conforming. And if it's red, it's non-conforming, if that helps. So if you look at the single family example, on the left, it allows 3 unrelated people in the unit. If the ordinance is passed in a conforming unit, it would go up to 5 as it's drafted. So the same would happen in a multifamily example. So in the multifamily example, you can see it's in a zone that allows 4 unrelated per unit. If the ordinance passes, it can go to 5 in each unit in conforming units. When we go to scenario 2, this is showing non-conforming to conforming. So there are going to be instances where you have a legal non-conforming occupancy today that becomes conforming by the changes in the ordinance. So you can see on the left, it's 5 unrelated today, which doesn't meet our code, but it's legal non-conforming. But if the ordinance passes and goes to 5, it then becomes a conforming unit. So in the multifamily example, you see the same thing. So there might be some instances where there's attached units, 5 in each unit are non-conforming today. They become conforming with passage of the ordinance. So in this particular example, we're looking at non-conforming to non-conforming. This is where it exceeds 5. So there are some examples of where there might be occupancy of 6 in a dwelling unit. And then after the ordinance, it would continue to be non-conforming. So if it continues to be non-conforming, it's subject to the existing standards that are in the code in 985C. Same for the multifamily example. So here's the last scenario that I was just talking about. So this is in a non-conforming use. This is where the number of units on a site exceeds what is allowed by the code. So even if you have, in this case, a 6-unit building, maybe where 2 units are allowed, it's considered a non-conforming use. And even if the occupancy in each unit is 3, which conforms to the code, what we're trying to convey in this slide is that if the ordinance passes to 5, it's not an automatic increase in each of those units to 5. It would stay 3 because it's a non-conforming use. So in the land use code, we actually have a definition for expansion of a non-conforming use. It includes occupancy. So what that means is that to go from 3 to 5, it would be considered an expansion, and that would require a non-conforming use review. So if we didn't include a provision in the code to prevent that, people could come in and ask for a non-conforming use review, increase occupancy, and if staff or planning board felt that it met the criteria in the code, they could increase the occupancy to 4 or 5. What we're proposing at the request of council is that be prevented. So that's what section 985 basically says in attachment A, is that it would basically freeze any increase. It wouldn't allow any requests for a non-conforming use review. It just wouldn't allow it in instances of non-conforming uses. So this is the language that's actually in the code that I wanted to illustrate. And I wanted to highlight the first sentence in subsection 1 because it's a little bit different than what is in the code. We wanted to basically say that there might be a higher occupancy that's allowed per unit in subsection C. So we just updated the language there. But basically what this does is it applies the current code to any non-conforming uses. It would freeze them as it is today in non-conforming uses. So that's what 985D does. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this. I know it's complicated. So there's 2 options that are in the code. Option A is what's represented in attachment A. It basically just applies it's the same way we do it with the code today, citywide for all these different uses. If the board was inclined, or if there were members that felt like there should be a recommendation to just limit this non-conforming restriction to only areas adjacent to the university, that's option B. If folks felt that non-conforming use restriction doesn't need to be applied citywide, it would be option B. We're recommending option A just because it would be a more simplified, straightforward application of the code. So we've included an in-depth analysis in the code that speaks to that we find that what we've prepared in the ordinance would meet the project purpose statement and the goals and objectives by limiting the amount of impacts that can happen, particularly in areas that are non-conforming. We feel that what is in the ordinance would move forward on a number of different BVCP policies relating to adding housing relating to the jobs housing imbalance and preservation and support for residential neighborhoods by having that freeze. And then also meeting our housing policies by including local solutions or preserving existing housing stock. Obviously, increasing occupancy allows the use of existing housing stock. We think it meets all these policies. So we're recommending approval. This is the staff recommendation that we've included in the packet. We can come back to this. Just to talk about next steps real quick, we're going to Housing Advisory Board tomorrow night to get their recommendation to City Council. And then first reading of the ordinance is set for August 3rd at City Council. There's no public hearing. The public hearing will be on August 17th on this particular ordinance. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Right, Carl, thank you so much. Lisa, before I call on you, I forgot to do something at the beginning of the meeting, which I am now going to do. So let me just make sure I'm using the correct language. Hold on. And I apologize for being gone for a moment. I was talking to Laurel. So I need to ask if anyone on the board, has any disclosures that they feel they should make vis-a-vis this ordinance or this item. Any conflicts of interest they feel they should let us know about it. Kurt, and then Lisa, was your hand up about a conflict? No, okay, so Kurt.
Sure, I just wanted to disclose, I own 2 rental properties in Boulder. Both of them are 2 and 3 bedrooms, and they are in multifamily zones, so they currently allow 4 unrelated people. I never rent to even 4 unrelated, I rent to 2 or 3 unrelated at most. And so any increase would not affect me in any way.
Okay.
Great, and I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, really quick clarifying questions, just to make sure. Thank you for sharing that on the record.
Yep.
I just want to make sure, can you be an impartial judge on this matter? Can you just speak to that a little bit for the record?
Yes, I can.
Thanks.
Kurt, I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you feel you should also tell us about your involvement with bedrooms?
Sure. Yeah, I was involved with the Bedrooms Are for People initiative and campaigned for that and was a strong supporter. And that, as we know, failed 52 to 48%. And so just to be aware.
Okay. Go ahead, Laura.
And then just to clarify again for the record, can you let us know if you're still can be an impartial decision maker? Is there anything else you need to disclose?
Yeah, my involvement, I mean, I think I learned quite a bit through my involvement in Bedrooms Are for People, but I don't think that my involvement, that involvement per se affects my decision-making in this matter.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And Mark, you raised your hand as well. Oh, you're muted.
Okay. Yes. When I don't own residential rental properties, only commercial, but I did actively campaign for, collect signatures for, contribute to the Bedrooms Are for People campaign. So if that is a criteria that needs to be discussed, then I want to divulge that now.
Great, thank you very much. So this is just like disclosures on the record. So I'm just going to follow up and again ask, do you think you could be an impartial decision maker? Is there anything else you need to disclose for the record?
Yes, I think I can be an impartial decision maker, and I can't think of anything else I need to disclose.
Great, thank you, Mark. Anyone else before we go to questions? All right, also, Lisa, you are first. Oops, she's got to put her earbuds in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand, Carl, and I think you explained it beautifully. We also got deep into the code, and so I just want to make sure I understand. So in a zone, and I'm being particular in using the zone I live in. So in a zone like RL2, in my case, a bunch of townhouses, but I think it's a zoning district that also covers duplexes, triplexes, and so on. Would every unit, regardless of square footage and bedrooms, under the proposed language, be able to have up to 5 unrelated people in it?
Yes, if it's conforming to density.
Okay, and so do you have any information on how many, like how common is it for, what do you mean by conforming with density, I guess? Could you start there, please?
If it's not a non-conforming use, it could go up to the 5 per unit. I'd say the vast majority of RL2 was developed in the 70s and is conforming. So I'd say there's a high likelihood that it would be conforming.
Okay, that's what I think too, is that all those would be. I'll have more to say about that later, but I think that was my question. So a 2-bedroom, 900 square foot unit could have up to 5 CU students packed into it by a landlord who wanted that rent, for example.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, George, Laura, Kurt, Mark, ML.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question on the surveys and engagement. could you just clarify for me as it relates to the discussion between 4 and 5? Was there majority support for 5, for 4? I know you covered it, but could you just dive into that background a little bit more in detail as on the public engagement relative to this?
I mean, with respect to the questionnaire, again, we don't look at the questionnaire like a statistically valid survey. So, you take it with a grain of salt. I think we looked at the responses to it, and, there are themes that you can draw from those questionnaires that we think are helpful. And the theme we saw was that there seemed to be more support for 4 unrelated citywide than the 5. When you looked at people that submitted results for 5, there was a majority for 4. It was more 50-50 for the 5, and there was more submissions that said definitely do not support for the 5. That said, we also look at other feedback, so there were certain folks we talked to in groups that were firmly for the 5.
So why did staff conclude that 5 should be the number for the proposed ordinance and not 4?
We had conveyed all this information to City Council on June 15th and asked them specifically, when we prepare the ordinance, should we prepare it for 4 or 5? The council directed us to move forward with 5. So that's what we included in the packet.
Okay, so this is a majority of council who's directed this 5, not necessarily directly related to the feedback from the community.
That was the feedback we got from, or the direction we got from council based on the information we gave them.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Laura, you're next, and then Kurt, Mark, ML.
Thank you. 3 quick questions. 1, Carl, I appreciated you noting the limitations of the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire, which I think goes for every Be Heard Boulder questionnaire. And you specifically noted that there were 300 responses submitted from 1 email address. Were those?
No, 300 responses where they were from, 1 email address might have responded several times. It's not 1 responded 300 times.
Carl, which is
not just 1 singular computer, but just any kind of multiple submissions from the same, like that tallied up to about 300.
Gotcha. Okay, that was my misunderstanding. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Sarah. Second question. You noted that one of the HAB members had concern about investors buying properties, but they said that they thought that should be handled not through occupancy, but through licensing. Can you explain what their thought was there about how that could be handled via licensing?
I don't know that they actually elaborated on how it should be handled specifically. I think they noted it as a concern, but felt like they supported the zoning change, but that concern should be addressed, but not through zoning. That's all they noted to me.
Okay. And that might or might not relate to my last question, which is, some of the comments that we got, I think clearly one of the main concerns that people have about this occupancy change is that it is not in any way tied to affordability, right? The idea that it would just directly be a per bedroom charge, and if you're paying $1,200 for a bedroom now, you would still pay $1,200, except there'd be 5 of you instead of 4 of you in a unit. I'm not sure that that's exactly how it would work, but let's assume that is. Did staff consider? I know you're trying to make this a simple ordinance change, but did you consider or see any models of where increased occupancy could be tied to affordability, whereby you couldn't just add a bedroom and charge the same amount that you're already charging per bedroom?
We looked at that when we were looking at other communities. All the there weren't many examples of that, number one, throughout the country. Again, we looked at 60 communities. Some examples of where we didn't find any examples where it was tied to affordability at all. We did find some that were tied it to owner occupancy, and their experiences were that it was extremely difficult to administer. Enforcement was challenging, and most of them were actually they either eliminated it and got rid of that requirement or are in the process of getting rid of that requirement. So one example is Madison. They had, like, if you wanted to have, you could have, it's a 2 unrelated limit in the single family zones, but you could go to 3 if it was owner occupied. They eliminated that because of the challenges with it. So again, I didn't find any examples where they were tied to affordability, and I didn't find any examples where those types of processes were successful.
Okay, I'll just note that I know that we did do something similar with our ADUs to say, you know, if you make it an affordable ADU, you get extra benefits by doing that. And I didn't know if there were any creative ideas about how to apply a similar model to occupancy, that if you do affordable occupancy, you get additional occupancy or something like that.
I mean, I think it's certainly something that could be done. It's just, it's administrative. It adds a whole new process. It'd be an application that would have to be submitted and reviewed. We'd have to have a fee for it. There'd have to be deed restrictions that get added onto it. So we were trying to avoid, again, we were instructed to move forward with a simple solution, and that was far from.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay.
Can I just chime in on that, add to what Carl said? One very big difference between what we're able to do with ADUs versus occupancy is our department is going to touch an ADU as part of a building permit, whereas with occupancy, that largely is going to happen unknown to us.
People do have to get a rental license, though. So I think the concern is mostly for rent units rather than ownership units.
Property owners have to get a rental license, but individual renters do not, and they come and go, including the number of them.
Yes. I just was thinking in terms of, we already have a rental licensing process where there are certain requirements that a homeowner has to meet or a property owner has to meet in order to rent out their property, including some very stringent environmental standards, I might add, for sustainability reasons. So it seems like if we were super motivated to try to tie rental occupancy to affordability, we have that mechanism specifically for rental units, which seems to be where the main concern is coming from. Not so much about I own my house and I have a big family, or I'm polyamorous, or I invite another family to come live with me. That seems like less of a concern than the concern around investor-owned properties trying to pack people in by the bedroom.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw that distinction between ADUs and add to what Carl was saying. And
yeah,
correct,
that's useful. No, very helpful, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Laura. And hello to Max. Hi, Max. Hi, Max. All right, we're going to go to Kurt, then Mark, then ML.
Great, thank you. I want to follow up sort of along the lines of where Lisa was going. So the limits on non-conforming uses apply to lots that are smaller than the minimum required lot size. Is that right? Based on is a lot or parcel that does not meet the density requirements of Chapter 9.8?
It may or may not relate to the lot size. It really just has to do with the number of units that are on a lot. It might be non-conforming by virtue of the lot size, but in any case, it's really like if you have a lot that the zoning only allows like 15 units on it and it has 20, it puts it in that non-conforming use category.
Okay, so let me ask a specific question. There's an RL1 lot that has a house, and the lot size is 6,000 square feet, say, which is less than the minimum required 7,000 square feet. So that is a lot or parcel that does not meet the density requirements of Chapter 9.8.
Yeah. We would consider that a non-standard parcel. In the definition of non-conforming use, it doesn't include a single family home on a non-standard lot.
So, okay, so what does this clause in option A say? That or is a lot or parcel that does not meet the density requirements of Chapter 9.8 intensity standards. what is that clause doing then if it's not applying to 6,000 square foot R01 lots?
I mean, it's really trying to get at those properties, particularly on the hill, where you have rooming units or 5 units on a site that only allows a single family home. It's limiting how much the occupancy can increase in that particular lot.
But isn't that covered by the first part of the sentence, a non-conforming residential use that is not permitted by 961 schedule of permitted land uses? Because the second part specifically talks about the lot or parcel that does not meet the density requirements. So, I mean, I believe you, but it just, boy, if I read this, I would say, if it's not a 7,000 square foot lot in RL1, then this non-conforming uses section applies.
Again, there's a specific statement in the non-conforming uses definition that explicitly excludes single-family homes on lots that are less than the minimum lot size. If it's just a single-family home, it's not considered a non-conforming use. Because it was written with the implicit purpose of not making so many lots within the city of Boulder non-conforming uses, because so many lots in the single family zones don't meet that minimum lot size. That was done intentionally.
Right. Okay, well, I mean, maybe this is clear. I am not a lawyer. Maybe this is clear to the lawyers. That doesn't seem super clear to me. Okay. So my next question is about the ELU limits. Those, do those not apply to families? If you want to have, if you've got a family and you want to have currently, say, where the limit is 2, if you've got a couple and a kid, is that allowed in an ELU?
Yeah, the ELUs have specific standards because of their size. So it currently is just 2 persons.
Okay.
So we are proposing some flexibility there to go to 3.
Okay,
But
so
yeah,
whether you're a family or not-
it's not equivalent to a family in an ELU.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And then my last question maybe is more to Brad, I guess. But you mentioned that the police enforce noise and some other kinds of violations, and then PNDS code enforcement, I think, enforces some of the other things, trash and so on. I'm just wondering if there's been discussion between like PNDS and police about ways to unify those enforcement efforts, or is there communication about that and so on? It seems like a little bit of maybe a potential gap in between the two.
Yeah, the short answer, without getting into a lot of administrative inside baseball kind of stuff, is yes, to clarify, code compliance is a division within Planning and Development Services, and it's responsible for life safety and zoning enforcement. So that's going to be everything from short and long-term rental licensing to violations of the building code to use violations, commercial and a residential zone district, for example. And we've got a full-time staff that does that. Code enforcement in police is a unit, I guess would be the right term, that follows up on weeds and trash and snow removal and beer cans and things that are associated with on-site property-related nuisances to off-site neighbors and such. There is a close and historic relationship between the two divisions operationally, and they do work well together. But we also recognize that organizationally things do change over time, and we are looking at different ways to communicate through a number of different enforcement functions throughout the city. Certainly not to unify them, but appreciating the fact that there's enforcement around the energy code, stormwater, flood control. There are many different enforcement functions, fire, et cetera, throughout the department. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt. Mark, and then ML, and then I'll call on myself.
First, I want to say thanks to Carl. I think tackling this.
Wait, we've lost you, Mark, for some reason. I don't know what's going on. You're not muted, but we can't hear you. Try again. Now you're muted. All right, we'll go on and we'll come back to you. Okay, ML, you're next.
Thank you. Let me see. Carl, there you are. I couldn't find you, sorry. I want to look at you even though. There was a question about the occupancy being linked to square footage or bedrooms or anything. And as this ordinance is written, it isn't, and I don't know that it ever has been. So my question would be, is there, for rentals, would there be any mechanisms to have a rental occupancy tied to number of bedrooms or square footage, something of that nature, so that we don't overstuff people in rentals, which is, I think, the big concern with this increase is that, more people than might be. Is there any means to do to differentiate between occupancy in general and rental occupancy that would be tied to a bedroom?
I think that certainly could be done. It's not the direction we went in. When we looked at all the other communities, there were few examples that did it by floor area. I think we thought that what they had done with floor area was somewhat complicated and got it. And some of the reasons that the bedrooms are for people initiative was complicated and might have lost some support was related to the number of bedrooms or floor area. So we didn't go that route with these changes. It's something that, we'd have to look at and figure out tying it to rental.
Right. So my other question, in the packet, it talks about that the council requested that you reach out to landlords to understand how they might address or update leases based on this. So what do landlords have to say about allowing more people in there?
Yeah, we talked to Barha about this, and they brought this particular issue up at their board meeting. So the feedback that we heard from them was that landlords would be open to renegotiating leases after September to recognize whatever change the council adopts, and that they have that flexibility. And I've also offered to speak to Barha and speak to landlords if they had any questions on that. But that's the feedback we heard, is that they would have more flexibility to do that.
Was there an indication that there would be a big increase or an increase in rental income? Because now they could legally charge per person, not per bedroom or per square footage or per any other requirement. So they could have a small house and have 5 people in it, whereas anything linking it to
didn't get that
affordability.
indication. They didn't give us that information about what they would be charging.
Right. Okay, well, it would just be interesting to see if the concern about more people that a place could potentially should potentially hold be tied to a rental a rental agreement so that it is tied to bedrooms or square footage. I mean, that is the difference between people putting sofas on their porch and having, you know, their backyard have overflowing with the stuff that doesn't fit in the unit and you know, the cars and all that. Anyway, I think there's a relationship between size and the number of people. And it may not be an issue in a single family house where the family, you know, has got a living nanny and, you know, whatever. But it might be in a rental situation. And those are my questions. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thanks, ML. Mark, can we hear you?
Well, let's see. Can you hear me now?
We can. Your turn.
Okay, all right. I was saying, first, kudos to Carl for tackling an issue that I'm sure makes really almost no one happy. So I'm sure you took a lot of abuse out there. So anyway, I appreciate your work on this and you bringing this to us in this form. My first question is, can we limit the occupancy for a family based on any issue at all?
I mean, based on the court ruling and the definition of family, I think my answer is no. There are some, and maybe I'll need some help from the attorneys on this, but there are some parts of our occupancy standards that relate to dependents, you know, where, you know, there is a limit on the number of dependents in certain scenarios. So that's obviously a place where the code is limiting family to some extent.
And it's our rental licensing that would take care of health and safety issues, i.e. non-egress basements, poorly ventilated furnace rooms, whatever it might be. That's our rental code and rental licensing that addresses those health and safety issues. Is that?
Well, and it's largely the building code, you know, like rental units get inspected, you know, and that's where they have to meet the building code occupancy, you know, standards.
So as I read the survey results, it was somewhat a little less than half were homeowners, less than a little more than half were homeowners, but only about a third were renters. But yet, my understanding is renters make up more than half of the population of the city. Is that right? Do I have those numbers right?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. And I kind of wasn't planning on going to this final question, but you made a point of saying that you met with Plan Boulder amongst the groups you met with. Did you meet with their pro-housing counterparts, which could be Bedrooms Are for People, Boulder Housing Network, any Graduate Student Alliance, any other renters' rights groups, etc.?
We reached out to almost all of those groups. I actually didn't hear back from them, to be honest.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, I have a few questions and they tend to be follow-ups to other questions that have already been raised. So the ELU, the efficiency living units, was also an issue that sort of caught my eye, and Carl and I had an exchange previous to the meeting, and so I want to repeat that exchange and then go into my question. So the increase from 2 people in an ELU to 3, it struck me, I was like, is that 3 adults? And I realized that we have to use persons. And Carl's response was, well, the intention is for it to be a family, 2 adults and a child, or maybe an adult and 2 children. I'm not really sure. But the language of the ordinance doesn't make that clear. And I'm just curious if we can or should make the ordinance language more specific so that it is understood that this is not intended to be for 3 unrelated adults. Just because that could put a landlord in a uncomfortable position if he or she rents out an ELU to 3 adults and then another ELU, 3 more adults. I mean, I think the rules are, I don't mean Boulder rules. I think the property management sort of regulations are, if you rent a particular type of unit to a particular number of people, you have to make that a possibility for other renters in the exact same type of unit. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the issue of ELUs is because of the smaller size, the code is more restrictive about who could be there, and our thinking of going to 3 is that intent of allowing a couple and a child.
Can we
It wouldn't
specify that?
necessarily.
Can we specify that so that it's clear what the purpose of that increase is for? Because that just seems to me like a valuable detail.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Laurel on that.
Yeah, this is something that Carl and I spoke about before this meeting. So legally it's possible, but I think the problem is it would be really hard to enforce. It's one of those things like, okay, when a child grows up and they turn 18, do they get kicked out of the house, or how do we enforce that with staff? It's another level that we don't currently have the ability to do. And Brad or Charles can chime in on the actual enforcement piece more than I can. So legally it's possible, but it's a little bit more of a difficult thing with the enforcement side of things. So I don't know if Brad wants to chime in or not, or give more context there.
Well, yeah, I'm happy to. I think, again, the clear tie-in is to the building code allowance, and we need to acknowledge that that's a universal building code that, the city adopts. The scenario of 2 plus a child is the likely scenario, a scenario, but it's not the only one. And the bottom line is there's zero way to know when somebody grows up into non-compliance. You have 2 adults and a 17-year-old, and the next year you have an 18-year-old, or if the code were written to say 21-year-old, whatever that is, that would make that living situation now illegal, which is really just a recipe for neighbors, weaponizing that fact to impact neighbors because of that change, that kind of thing. So we have significant administrative concerns with that approach. And Charles, maybe you can elaborate. I'm not sure I'm articulating that real well.
No, that's perfect. Again, my head immediately goes to, as you've couched it, Brad, the administrative concerns on how we would track this. And as people age out, I'm not sure that we would be effective. Even if we had a level of self-disclosure that were tied to rental licensing, I'm not exactly sure how we would be able to stay on top of that in a meaningful way.
So that, to me, I appreciate the explanation. I will wait for commentary later. But if we're not specific about a family with a child of some age, then we have to talk about parking needs. And I realize that there are a number of people on the board who are like, who cares? No one's going to have cars. And that may be true someday. But if you suddenly go from the regulations are, if I'm not mistaken, every ELU, whether it's 1 person or 2 persons now, has to have 1 parking space. Is that correct? I'm looking for
1 per ELU.
1 per ELU. Well, if you go to 3 people, and let's assume it's because it seems to be a challenge to specify a family with a kid or a parent with 2 kids, you could end up needing 2 parking spaces, which then creates, I feel like there's a challenge here with how the city might be thinking through additional parking challenges as occupancy increases. And I'm specifically talking about ELUs, but I think it could impact other dwelling units as well. And I'm especially in the very dense apartment buildings that are generally what gets approved here in Boulder. How have you guys been thinking about the cause and effect in terms of parking requirements, parking reductions, parking needs?
So maybe if I can jump in with that one, Carl, and then if you can elaborate. But this is not a new scenario to us in the sense that under current regulations, a family has unlimited number of children, right, that can live in a household. And that can be a rental household. We have plenty of rentals in town that have families with children, and those children are often teenagers and they each have a car. So it's not an unusual scenario to us to have a household that has 4, 5, 6 cars. That's when we get into code compliance or code enforcement, I guess would be the right one, in parking enforcement. If there is illegal parking or parking on streets. Now, I will offer up too that we have preliminarily scoped out the possibility of doing an update to both the zoning code next year for parking, and that we've had preliminary talks with whether there is a role for the neighborhood parking program to be more than a parking management tool for areas where there's spillover parking, such as near the university or Chautauqua, and whether there is a role for that kind of parking program prospectively as we think about new development. But I do just want to share with the board that the scenario of there being multiple cars in a household is not a new one to us. And,
no, but
we do have tools for that.
Yeah, but we do. I appreciate that, Brad. But a lot of what's getting built now are apartment buildings that have, by definition, a specific number of parking spaces because we've given them parking reductions often.
Yeah, and I want to be sure I'm not trying to argue the point. I just want to.
Yeah, and I'm hearing what you're saying.
Context.
But it does seem like I appreciate that you guys are trying to think that through. Okay, so I think all my questions have been answered. Thank you, Brad. George has his hand up. And if anyone else has additional questions, put your hands up now. Otherwise, we will then go to public comment.
Yeah, it was really just to clarify what Brad had just said. I'm still a little bit confused on this particular item relative to families. So in an ELU scenario, if you had a mother in there with 2 kids, or there, that would be permitted under the current rules anyways, right? Because they're a family. So I'm a little confused what we're trying.
The ELU provision, it is stricter than the typical provision. So technically under the current provisions, a mother couldn't have 2 kids in an ELU. It is more strict based on the size currently.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm sorry, that's helpful in just kind of clarifying that. So that's I appreciate that because it was a little bit confusing. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so if no other hands, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, great. Thank you all. Thank you, Carl, very much. Don't go far away because I'm sure we'll have questions when we get to our discussion. We're now going to go to public comment. And if you want to speak, please raise your electronic hand. As said a number of times prior to this moment, everyone will have 2 minutes. And I will have Vivian call on people. So remember, if you don't have your hand up, we don't know you want to speak. So please put up your electronic hand.
And also there's a couple of people who don't have their full name posted. So if you want to speak, please add your last name. So I'll just go down the list. We'll start with Rosie Vivian. Please go ahead and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Rosie Vivian. I support raising occupancy limits citywide to 5. Simply put, it opens up housing options for people, whoever they might be. Mark was so eloquent at the April 18th meeting about the role of government and planning board, and I hope everyone remembers his comments. On this new code edition, It's going against the whole idea of simplification of the codes and exactly why we need statewide rules that eliminate occupancy altogether. It's way too granular and complicated for the average person to understand. How many parcels does this apply to? Can we just approve the 5 people and strike this new overly complicated addition? I don't think the sky will fall as some fear. The multiple votes from the same computer invalidates the data gathered. That is just a reality. Some of the concerns I heard raised at the last meeting on April 18th defy logic. If no one questions the infrastructure when a family of 5 moves into a house, then why would it make sense or even be fair to question the infrastructure when 5 people live together, however they want to define their relationship? 5 is 5. It's time to remove any judgment and what ifs from this equation. It's a huge land area that we can share buildings and infrastructure with more people. I've heard even more delay tactics tonight. The codes have requirements for bedrooms for safety, so that's not on the table right now. Parking could be addressed with neighborhood parking permits and is a separate issue, probably best handled by other boards. Complaints have been few. The naysayers have failed to provide any data to support their fears. Earlier this year, I testified at the state capitol in strong support of SB 23-213, which proposed to eliminate occupancy in its entirety. I was also asked by AAA Colorado to write an opinion piece in support of the bill that was published in their newsletter. I believe that this is the future for Colorado. It's time to act on this simple change that can really help people. The work has been done on this now.
Thank you, Rosie. You're gone over your 2 minutes. Thank you very much for your comments. Much appreciated.
Yeah, and just a reminder to please watch the timer and try to stick to the 2 minutes. Okay, next we have Carlston Nasser, followed by Eric Budd. Carlston, please go ahead.
Carlston, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I can start the timer and you have to unmute from your end as well. So I've given you the permission to speak. Let me.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Now we can
Great.
speak.
Okay. I am involved in the business of student housing in Boulder, have been for the past 4 years, and I deeply understand the dynamics in the city and the importance of providing safe housing to all. One point that I want to raise, and I've been monitoring the discussions in the University Hill Neighborhood Association. A question that I have and a comment that I have is related to the exclusion of the University Hill, which is completely unfair to the rest of the city if there is to be any exclusion. And secondly, the idea that non-conforming units should also be excluded from this citywide increase in occupancy limits, it's illogical in my view. And the reason is there are many single-family dwellings with 2 bedrooms, much smaller living area and number of bedrooms than non-conforming duplexes and triplexes in the city. Why will those single-family dwelling units benefit from the increase to 4 or 5 unrelated occupants if the multi-units will not? It is a distorted logic that is being applied with this exclusion of the non-conforming multi-units. I think I made myself clear, but if there is any question, 30 seconds, I would like to help or try to help and answer.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to Eric Budd. Please go ahead, Eric. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Eric Budd. I live in Boulder. I've been working on this issue for almost 10 years now. And these very extreme occupancy limitations have been in place in Boulder for over 50 years. And now is the time to move forward. I think I was also down at the Capitol and testified in favor of SB 23-2113 to end these laws entirely, because they are entirely based on the relationship between the people living there. This is nothing about safety. This is nothing about health. This is nothing about rent. This is nothing about any of these things that planning board does. This is actually just a law that regulates people who are simply not related to one another. And I think that context is very important. And about the particulars of this proposal, you know, I've listened to this entire process that City Council has talked about what they want. And, you know, they said very clearly that they wanted a policy that was simple and that could be implemented citywide. And there's a majority of support for 5 people. And what I see was, you know, they basically said that they were not looking for exclusions for certain part of town, like the Hill, but with this non-conforming use provision, it essentially is eliminating a number of units on the Hill, specifically on this. And it's really, listening to the presentation tonight, it's not clear to me why that should be a policy. We live in a college town, and we have downzoned the Hill to make it, you know, essentially put less housing there when it's really designed to have more housing. That's the neighborhood that we built. So I could say more, but those are the biggest points. And I hope you all approve this and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking. Next, we have Lisa Sweeney Moran, followed by Jan Morzel. Lisa, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there, Lisa Sweeney Moran. I'm the Executive Director of Mother House and the Lodge, 2 homeless shelters here in Boulder that serve women, transgender folks, single parents, and children. Occupancy is one of the biggest obstacles we face in terms of housing families. We all like to talk about keeping families out of homelessness and secure in their housing, but for single parents with small children, the options are incredibly limited. Many single parents are hoping to share housing in order to stay close to their jobs, their daycares, their elementary schools, but they can't risk violating occupancy laws and losing housing, having CPS get involved, or getting an eviction on their records. We want people who are living and raising their children in the city to stay here, and we badly need to keep more kids in our public schools, more hourly workers in our retail and service industries, and more young families in our neighborhoods. But right now, housing makes it nearly impossible for new families to come here or for existing families to stay. Our families would love the option to live together, to raise their kids together, and to stay as part of our community. Please consider making it easier for not only 5 unrelated individuals to share housing, but also for minors to not count towards the numbers of people counted in occupancy standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jan Morzel. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Jan Morzel. I live at 2075 Upland. I've been a resident of Boulder almost 40 years. I'm a self-confessed older white male who actually owns a house, and we also rent out units. Over my 40 years, I also have to confess I have lived in almost all type of units in Boulder, including sleeping in a park, renting a mobile home, house sitting, renting, and now also renting out on my own to other people. I am enthusiastically for the 5. In fact, I am encouraging to voice you as planning board members, your support for unlimited and completely eliminating this bizarre occupancy limit. As far as I can tell from the last study session with City Council, there were actually up to 4 people that were either in favor of no limits or moving towards that. We are moving too slow. We used to pride ourselves to be a leader in many areas to create a great, livable, welcoming city. Now we are limping behind. And I believe it's just a matter of time until the state will actually outlaw this like it should be. It should be simply illegal to limit and make a distinction between whether you're married or not. It makes absolutely no sense. We should uncouple occupancy versus the impacts. We can certainly work on the impact. I just want to quickly mention my street that I know really well, and you're welcome to come to Upland on the east side of 19th Street. I know every household. We have about 64 residents. Right now, 21 of us are non-code compliant. Now, they could probably apply, but I'm telling you, 1/3 of the people that live there do not fall under the current code. Please eliminate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Next, we have Amy Haywood, followed by Chelsea Castellano. Please go ahead, Amy. You have 2 minutes.
Where do you, can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
You can't, okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
good.
thank you. I agree with what Carl referred to in no occupancy in Washington, Oregon, and California. They still seem to be surviving pretty well. I think it's discriminatory to single individuals that they can only cohabit with 2 or 3 or 4 other unrelated individuals. Cohabiting helps assuage costs by sharing food, utilities, and offers affordability in an exorbitant housing crisis, and provides a sense of community or quote unquote family-ish through cohabitation. Secondly, it is environmentally essential that we start to share, that we share living spaces, utilities to save our planet, rather than have 2 or 3 individuals only in a large home using heat, electricity, and a large footprint, but that we can, share housing and lower the footprints that could be created to create housing. I find it very interesting that one can have an unlimited number of garages or cars, but that we cannot put a priority on housing people. I am interested in starting an initiative that converts garages for cars into garage ADUs to house people. Unlimited. Garages are for people, that's what I think. And this initiative would be partially subsidized, I hope, by the city of Boulder to initiate more affordable housing infill that does not in any way grossly change the visible or physical ambiance of our community and city. It is a free country. If you can afford to live in a single family home with just you, or just you and your partner, or husband,
Please
or
wrap it up.
wife,
Please wrap up that
your
thought.
partner, and your family, you may. Why deny other people
Thank
the
you.
freedom to
Thank
live
you.
wherever they
Sorry
wish?
to cut you
I
off, but we
support,
just want to be
Thank you,
be
Amy.
fair to everybody.
Amy, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chelsea Castellano, followed by Lisa Spalding. Please go ahead, Chelsea.
Hello, Chelsea Castellano. I am here tonight to encourage you to support allowing 5 unrelated people to share housing. While there are many reasons to support this change, I want to highlight 4. 1, in Boulder, we often cite that addressing climate change is important to us. According to the United Nations, buildings are responsible for more than 40% of global energy use and 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, making it illegal for people to live in the bedrooms and buildings that already exist is unacceptable for a city that wants to be a leader on climate. 2, Boulder's current occupancy limits reduce the positive impacts that were just passed with the ADUs, because occupancy limits are set at the property level. By increasing the limit to 5 at the property level, we can ensure that people who are unrelated have more equal rights to have and benefit from ADUs. 3, if you are concerned about health and safety of those who are sharing housing, these are clear and definitive answers to those well-meaning concerns. As staff have reiterated to you several times, health and safety codes always take precedence and supersede occupancy limits. For example, right now we have many studio apartments across Boulder where the occupancy limit is 4, and we are not currently worried about health and safety in those cases because health and safety codes take precedent. And 4, I think it's important for you to know that the first occupancy limits were enacted in 1870 in San Francisco at the request of the Anti-Coolie Association during a time when bigotry against Asian Americans was at an all-time high. Once these insidious laws were enacted, they were disproportionately enforced in Chinatown, where low-paid single working Chinese men had no choice but to share rooms. Since 1870, occupancy laws have continued to be used as a tool to limit housing options for immigrants, LGBTQ people, communities of color, and working class people. And it is beyond time to end the harm they cause. And I just want to please encourage you all to stop saying that anyone is packing anyone into a home. It is dehumanizing and wrong. Adults choose where they live. And unrelated people sharing a home should not be talked about in such a degrading way.
Can you please mute her? Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah, sorry,
That's
Chelsea, to do
went
that,
way
but we
over
want
your
to be
2 minutes.
fair to everybody. Yeah, okay. We only have one hand left raised, so just want to encourage other people to go ahead and raise your hand now if you wish to speak. Lisa, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Lisa Spalding.
Thank you. Lisa Spalding, representing the University Hill Neighborhood Association. Residents of University Hill believe you will understand that any changes to our current occupancy limits requires an approach that acknowledges neighborhoods across the city are different, and any proposed changes demand a nuanced approach. The City Council majority's proposal for a one-size-fits-all increase in occupancy to 5 unrelated occupants per dwelling unit citywide does not reflect thoughtful city planning. However, the current version of Ordinance 8585, which you are reviewing, grapples with a very serious issue of legal nonconforming properties that already contribute to a much greater than normal population density in neighborhoods that were originally single-family neighborhoods, then upzoned, then downzoned, like the Hill, Gosgrove, Whittier, and Newlands, and this created the nonconforming properties. We urge you to support option A, which would effectively freeze the occupancy of nonconforming uses to its current limits, regardless of the increases that would apply to other nonconforming units. This, or other conforming units, sorry. This would prevent the other problems that would occur in downzone neighborhoods throughout the city. Option B would only apply to neighborhoods surrounding the university, which would be better than nothing, but would be a less efficient way of dealing with this problem. Rental properties in RL1 zone on the Hill are 44% legal nonconforming properties. Many of the properties are subdivided into multiple units. They're in poor condition. If occupancy is increased, the health and safety of tenants will rapidly deteriorate and the carrying capacity of the neighborhood will be overwhelmed. Also, we can't talk, I haven't enough time to talk about it, but there is no affordability linked into this, and that is crucial. Thank you.
Lisa. Lynn Siegel, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Agree with Lisa. And what I think we need in Boulder is communal, multi-generational housing, a new architectural model for mainstream housing all over town, because people need each other. And I'm not supporting this, okay? And I've had up to 17 people in my house at one time. 17, count them. And I'm not supporting this. I haven't had any complaints or anything, so it's great. But my concern is how much square footage you have per person. The efficiency units on Pearl Street, 2206, and lifting parking restrictions for that space is just very similar to this situation of over occupancy and parking issues. And I don't support, 2206 because each body uses transportation. It doesn't matter if they have a car garage. It matters that they exist. And, my dad was here in 48 and 30,000 people were here. And this is too much of a good thing with CU. And CU needs to be regulated, especially in the Hill area. CU doesn't pay their way. I went on a capital investments projects tour with the transportation department at 30th and Colorado this week. $13 million. CU paid a lousy $3 million. They should have been paying for that whole project. We are funding them. They need to cap their student population, and we need to completely renovate communal multi-generational housing with architects like Rosie Vivian could design places that are correct for actually housing multiple families in large houses.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. Okay, I do not see any other hands raised. This is just, please go ahead, please raise your hand. This is your chance to speak. Okay, no more hands.
So thank you all from the public for your comments. Really appreciate it. And apologies for rushing you off. All right, we're gonna take if it's okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back to board discussion. We are gonna really try to end by 10:30 tonight. So get your comments like super clear, super concise, and I'll try to manage this meeting so that we end at a reasonable time. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Planning board members. Beautiful faces starting to pop up. Fabulous, fabulous. Mark and Lisa, are you there? There's Lisa. Mark is there. Perfect. Okay. All right. So we are back for discussion. Again, it is my hope for all of our sakes and the sake of staff that we can wrap this up by 10:30, and maybe a gentle reminder that our job is not to send something 7-0 or 0-7 to council. We may disagree on this and we'll send something with some vote to council, and that is fine. So we've been presented with two key issues, and why don't we quickly, or not so quickly, let's use those as a starting point for our discussion. And again, please, let's all try to be concise. So key issue number one, does the planning board find that the proposed ordinance implements the adopted policies of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan? As always, raise your electronic hand if you'd like to speak to this issue number one. Mark, you raised your hand, I got it. Mark, and maybe what makes sense is just to, let's all just stay unmuted so that we can, we don't have to like fiddle with the computer when we're.
Can we throw it up on the screen so we can?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Do it.
Or Devin can do it. I think, there we go. Cargyle, there we go. Just the two questions, Carl. And Mark, you can start chatting now if you want to.
Okay. So getting my notes over here. Want to be okay. There we go. All right. So this is obviously a contentious issue, but for me, as I've considered it over the last several years, it's becoming a simpler issue because it is a moral issue, and it is about the question is, what is the role of government? And I think that is primarily the health and safety of our residents. And I find there is little to no efficacy in treating our failures in code enforcement and parking reform by trying to govern or criminalize people based on familial relationships. It truly doesn't make sense. And when it really got to the kind of absurdity of trying to govern based on this familial relationship standard, and when I heard Brad and Charles talking about, well, if when someone ages out, what's the definition of a child, etc. Well, you ask a mother what the definition of a child is, you'll get a pretty quick answer. And I think that it also becomes kind of absurd when I read the definition of a family, and it mentions someone by half blood. And so, well, where's the quarter blood? Where's 1/8? Where it becomes kind of silly and outrageous that in 2023 we are governing and in fact criminalizing people based on this kind of a distinction of familial status. It feels very outdated and kind of terrible. And so in answer to the question of does this ordinance fulfill the values of the BVCP, and I can cite specific things within the BVCP, but I prefer to cite the core values, which is the key elements under core values of our adopted comprehensive plan is a welcoming, inclusive, and diverse community, infill that supports evolution to a more sustainable urban form, a diversity of housing types and price ranges, and physical health, safety, and well-being. And I can't imagine what would more negatively affect your health, safety, and well-being than if you can't find appropriate housing. And there's nothing like not finding appropriate housing to drive our current crisis for people that are unhoused. And I also look to the states like California, Oregon, and Washington, and our governor and his legislation that would have simply simplified this even more. And I respect staff and our council for saying, I want a simple solution that is understood and enforceable. And it's funny, when it's a moral issue, I think that it is, it's hard to say, well, five is good, 3 was bad, because it's all bad to govern on this basis. But I will say I am for progress, and going from our current state to a state of 5, I guess is an improvement, but it's progress. But again, progress on what should be eliminated. So that's my comments on that first question.
Thank you, Mark. Lisa has her hand up. And you are, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Could, if possible, I know we're talking about proposed ordinance implements adopted policies of BVCP. Could you go back to the slide, please, Carl, or whoever's driving, that kind of has those enumerated on the side? Thank you so much. So I have a lot of empathy for aspects of this. I agree that occupancy limits were enacted in very interesting ways, often racist ways, often very intentionally in university towns to control a bunch of other things that aren't directly related to occupancy, and that they're a very broad brush thing that I don't particularly enjoy. So I'm open and amenable broadly to the idea of addressing occupancy limits. I think they have equity issues, and I think they're not an elegant solution. What concerns me about this as written, and I'm somebody who lives in RL2, is that I don't see this as written as preserving and supporting residential neighborhoods. I don't actually see it addressing affordable housing or preserving existing housing stock or providing housing for a full range of households. I think what it does, and I'm thinking of 2-bedroom units adjacent to me that are quite small. And let me also say that I wasn't particularly on any one side for bedrooms are for people, but in many ways, I think that the concept of bedrooms are for people was a more elegant solution than this is. Because as I see it, you could literally, and I don't think, I don't think people like Kurt are going to do this. I don't think local landlords will be incentivized because they are local. But we have a lot of banks that own rental stock in Boulder. We have a lot of absentee landlords. And when you can, pack 4 people into a 2-bedroom or 5 people into a 3 or whatever, and I hear people saying, oh, don't call it packing people in. I think that's really going to happen with students. And we're going to lose residential neighborhoods because, if you can charge $1,000 per head or $900, $800, whatever the going market rate is, it's really hard to say no to that cash flow. So I guess I just wish that this were differently structured. I do think I would feel a bit more comfortable with it with 4, or if there was some kind of a relationship between square footage and number of occupants, or, I think ML was asking some interesting questions, and I appreciate what Mark just said about how do you legislate or control what a family is? How do you define what that is, or how people see themselves? And I think that that's a really good point. But turning back to what ML was talking about, is there functionally a difference, in how this works in terms of an investor, an investment property, and the way that people are going to treat that? Not, I think smart landlords, but some people will, and I think it is different. So I have a lot of concerns with this as it is, and I don't find it consistent with multiple BVC policies. I am also not a fan of occupancy limits as they are. I just don't find this a good solution. So that's where I am on it.
Thank you, Lisa. George?
I'm just going to keep my comments brief and say I second everything that Lisa just said. Thank you.
George. Kurt?
Thanks, and thanks to Mark for framing this in terms of a moral issue, because I really do think that it is that. To me, based on the data that I've seen, it's really as much or more about housing security than as it is about housing affordability, because I believe that a very significant number of the houses or dwelling units that people want to rent to larger number of people already are rented that way, either implicitly or explicitly. I think a lot of times it happens under the table, like the landlord says, oh, you can only have 3 people, you know, but if you have friends over, don't tell me, or that sort of thing. And it ends up being overoccupied. And so those people who are not on the lease have neither rights nor responsibilities, and they can be kicked out at any time, basically based on a single phone call to code enforcement. And to me, that is a serious human rights issue, and just not something that we should be supporting in Boulder. So I view this as much as a matter of housing security as of housing affordability. It certainly affects most people who are most in need of relatively affordable housing, because people don't share housing in general, don't share housing if they don't have to for financial reasons, right? Some people just want to live with other people. By and large, if you can rent an apartment by yourself, you'll do it, or with fewer people, you'll do it. And so the people who are sharing housing are those who are doing it out of economic need, and have a great, are most at the margins of the market rate housing stock in the city. And so so that again ends up as an equity, a human rights issue, that we should be supporting those people and giving them options and housing security to the extent that we possibly can. So all that said, to say that I support this.
Thank you, Mark. Kurt, sorry. I think I saw ML's hand and then Laura's. So ML, then Laura.
I think Laura was before me, Sarah.
Go ahead.
And
ML.
somebody keeps
No.
erasing my hand off. I'm like, I would like to speak.
ML, go
thank
ahead.
you. Okay, thank you. So Mark, thank you for going to the big picture of the BVCP. I would say that is what is driving more so than these specific policies, is driving sort of the flavor of the BCVP compliance on this for me. So it's an interesting situation with people having a lot of good and logical ways to look at it on both sides of the fence here. But I think at the end of the day, I think it does meet the BDCP big vision that we're a welcoming, diverse, innovative community, and let's find ways to keep ourselves that way.
All right, thanks, ML. Laura?
I also agree with and very much appreciated the way that Mark framed it in terms of the BVCP core values. I also think that it is supportive of these policies that are listed here. I think it does help preserve additional existing housing stock, in that houses are less likely to get torn down if they are rented out in a profitable way. torn down and turned into something that can be sold for a higher monetary value. And I do think it is supportive of housing for a full range of households. That's one of the explicit goals in this occupancy reform, is that there are people who are finding creative ways to live with each other that do not fit our current occupancy definitions. And this would be expanding that a little bit for, you know, people have mentioned polyamorous families, LGBTQ families. You know, the comparison was made to immigrant families, and we have a similar situation with working families that might need to combine two households together in order to be able to afford housing here. So I think it does help provide housing for a full range of households. It does help preserve existing housing stock and provide local solutions to affordable housing. I think it is supportive of existing neighborhoods that are less likely to get redeveloped if they can be, you know, we make more efficient infill use of our existing housing stock. And I do think it provides more housing for people that might have jobs here and help contribute to that jobs housing balance. So I appreciated staff's analysis here and also agree with Mark and ML that this is broadly supportive of the BVCP vision.
Great, Laura, thank you very much. So I stand with Lisa and George on this. I have a different take than staff on the BVCP alignments. I don't believe this advances 7.01 local solutions to housing affordability or 7.02 for affordable housing goals, because there's little to no evidence that from cities that have increased occupancy that it actually either addresses affordability or availability. In fact, there was recently, I think in June of this year, the Urban Institute published research that looked at zoning reforms across the country from the last 10 to 15 years. And what they found was that the zoning reforms introduced over the past decade, I'm quoting here, but over the past decade in municipalities across the country are associated with a very small increase in housing supply, and but without a reduction in housing costs or a greater availability of lower cost units. So while I appreciate that the folks from Bedrooms have tried to reframe this argument, the fact is this came to the city as an affordability solution, and I don't think it actually will address the problem we say we're trying to address. I also think it does not does not support 7.08 preserving existing housing stock, especially for low, moderate, middle income households, in part because it's going to create a landlord/institutional investor open season on single family homes that can be turned into return on investment cash cows, reducing even further the availability of housing for low and middle income families who we know from our housing studies generally want either a single family home or a townhome that they can live in, and for many preferably own. So that is my position on this. Let's go to question number 2, and then we'll discuss the whole thing. So question number 2 is, does the planning board recommend any modifications to the draft ordinance? Laura, you have your hand up.
Yes, so I'm ready to support the draft ordinance. If I were going to suggest any change, it would be in line with my previous comments. Oh, I'm seeing this notification. This is really annoying that Zoom is doing this about lower your hand or we're going to cancel you. Sorry. If I were going to suggest any changes or additional recommendations, it would be a recommendation to go ahead and pass this ordinance, change it to 5 across citywide with the non-conforming option A that staff have suggested, and then explore changes to rental licenses such that in order to get the additional occupancy, landlords would have to agree to some measure of affordability. And I don't know what that looks like, but I know that we can do it. It sounds like we can do it. And so if people are really concerned about the affordability aspect of this and the idea that landlords or investors are going to snap up houses and then start charging exorbitant amounts by the bedroom, we can handle that problem through our rental licensing program. Every homeowner that wants or investor who wants to rent out a property is required to get a rental license, to put that rental license number in their advertising for their for their rental units. And there are lots of restrictions on what that has to look like. There are health and safety restrictions, there are environmental sustainability restrictions, and it feels like we could potentially put some affordability restrictions subject to any kind of legal review, right? Like if we can't do it, we can't do it. But I would suggest at least exploring it if that affordability element for rentals is something that the city is quite worried about. And that does seem to be one of the major objections that we have heard. So that would be my suggestion for a recommendation.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate the articulateness of that. ML, you were next, and then Lisa.
Thank you, Sarah. So the comments that I'm interested in making have to do with the ELUs. And I'm not sure how to speak specifically to this ordinance. I think it's under maybe definitions. Anyway, for purposes of the density limits, blah, 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 2 efficiency living units constitute 1 dwelling unit. This is what's in the ordinance as proposed. So I think the thing I'm wondering is if it's put to 5 per dwelling unit, does that mean that it's 5 for 2 efficiency for 2 ELUs? Carl, can you interpret that for me?
It would not. The 5 wouldn't apply to ELUs. There's a special section for ELUs that currently is 2.
And the proposal, was going to 3. So that
So like 2 ELUs would be 6 occupants under the proposal.
right. So does language there need to be changed to make it clear, or anyway?
I mean, the 2 ELUs counting as 1 dwelling unit, the code is pretty clear that it's for the purposes of calculating density. You count 2 ELUs as a dwelling unit, but that doesn't apply broadly throughout the code, and we've applied that consistently.
Okay, well, it just seems to be in this particular ordinance that speaks to ELUs having upgraded to 3. So the question I have about ELUs, or the thought I have about ELUs, it's 475 square feet max. At 2 people.
475.
Correct, 475 square feet max. For 2 people, that's 237.5 square feet per person. That includes half a bathroom and half a kitchen. If you put 3 people in, that's 158 square feet per person. That includes a third of a kitchen and a third of a bathroom. The code requirement for an auto space is 9 foot by 18 foot. That's 162 square feet. So an auto would be bigger amount of space than 3 people in an ELU. So if we're talking about life safety and code and not getting ourselves into I'm not sure what the right word is, into interesting territory about how we're inhabiting our buildings, I think 3 people in an ELU would be a challenge. And I remember the discussion earlier about the intent is that it would be a family. Would there be a way to use the term adult in the case of ELUs and then define adult? So that it could be 2 adults and 3 persons max, and adult being defined, I looked it up. It's got anywhere from at age 16, you're no longer a child, or you're considering an adult, to however that would be. But at least that would give some direction to the intent of the increase that it can be for a family. Because otherwise, I think 3 adults in there, I think that could be quite. I have an ADU in the back of my house, and it's just under 500 square feet. So it's probably actually an ELU. It's a studio apartment. I would never have 3 adults back there. It would be a disaster. So I question that part of the ordinance. And I would propose that if you're gonna go to 3, that you try to work something out where we're talking about 2 adults and 3 persons, and then define adults so that it is very clear what we're trying to do. Otherwise, I think it becomes an untenable living situation and difficult. So that's my comment. I don't, I think it's a great attempt to try to solve a difficult problem. Occupancy limits. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Emil. Emil, can I just ask you a question? Because I'm trying to take some notes here and see if I can come up with some language that might work for everyone. And what I'm trying here is vis-a-vis ELU. This is a clause and defined. So we're not telling staff how to do it. We're framing a suggestion, and defines clearly ELU occupancy specifically to serve families. Is that something? I'm not saying that the lawyers will say that's the right thing or staff will say that's the right thing, but does that capture what you're trying to convey?
I think 3 adults would be a challenge. That's really my biggest concern. I think 3 adults in that is each person getting a parking space. We give more room to a car than we would to each person in that ELU, and I think that is dangerous. I don't think we should do that. I think that we should be a little more clear that the intent of this isn't to overcrowd a situation. It's in fact to allow maybe more opportunities, and that's that diversity of housing. So however that goes, I just think 3 adults is wrong, and capture that.
How about something like this? Allow 3 persons in ELU, but not 3 related adults, so that it gets over the hump of an 18-year-old who turns 19. I mean, my guess is that most families by that point will have moved into a larger apartment, but assuming they
For
have,
sanity.
does that kind of capture, like, you're not opposed to 3 if it's a family, 1 adult, 2 kids, or 2 adults, 1 kid. It's the 3 unrelated adults that concerns you.
Yeah, and even if they're related adults, I think the fact that 3 adults is just, and Carl kind of spoke to this, that the intent was to support, a small family, and that would have 2 adults and a and a non-adult. I don't know what the language would be, but I'm in full agreement. Once I did the math and saw the square footage, it's like, gosh, I think that we should try not to get ourselves into a we're all living in a tent type of a situation. I think that is would be a challenge to life safety.
All right, ML, thanks. I'm trying to take some notes here and put all the ideas into something, and we'll swing back to it. Lisa, and then Kurt, and then Mark, and then me.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I completely agree with ML on 3 adults, regardless of their relational or lack of relational status. It's too many in an ELU. But I could see like a couple or a single parent with like a small child or baby, and yeah. So I agree with that. Thank you, ML. I don't think we're necessarily going to get there on this, and we're more on like how we would modify it. But I would just say that in a perfect world, I'd sure like to get another couple years of data from other cities on how this is actually going, because I have my doubts. And if I'm proven wrong, then great, maybe I'd be super pro. I also just want to say, and I don't know the most elegant way to do it, but I would propose some kind of a modification related, to even larger units, which I think is off of ML's point. If you've got a 900 square foot unit and 4 or 5 adults in there, you're running into these same issues that we just described with the ELU. So I would recommend some kind of a modification around a minimum number of square feet. Maybe it's not even a bedroom, but just like a certain number of square feet that you have to have per adult living in a house. And I would recommend that not from an occupancy limit or trying to legislate what a family is or isn't, or who should or shouldn't be living with each other, but strictly from a health and safety and public welfare
a matter which should be top line for any planning body to be thinking about. We just survived a pandemic. More may be coming. You know, we haven't been hit by flu in over 100 years. We're a bit overdue. Sorry to traumatize everyone again. You know, but you know, there is a certain point at which I think it becomes an issue in terms of how many people, and I think the size and age of people, it does kind of start to matter as well. And then protections for families are also quite robust. You know, it's not legal. And I'm not saying that landlords don't do illegal things sometimes, but it's not legal to discriminate against a family, you know, who's seeking housing. And so without us necessarily getting too involved in it in a city way, there are federal protections for families. You know, if people are housing multiple small children in a room or something like that. So I'm more concerned about it as people get older and larger and spaces are very tight. So I'd be interested in modification that said something about that from a health, safety, public welfare perspective. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, I think I said Kurt and then Mark.
Yeah, first of all, I'd just like to remind us all that there are health and safety limitations in terms of square footage per person. Those already exist in the building code. They are developed by people who know a whole lot more about health and safety than I do, certainly. And I would not deign to second guess those. I think that those have been developed over many, many years based on lots of data and lots of experience. And those we should consider those to be appropriate unless there's really good reason to believe that they're not. If those are not appropriate, then what else in the building code is not appropriate, right? I don't think we should be second guessing all of that. We should also keep in mind that, you know, people have freedom. Hopefully people have freedom of how to live the way they want to live. Most people, I would say the vast majority of people are not interested in living 3 people in an ELU. I think that would be an extremely rare situation, even probably 2 people in an ELU. But, you know, who are we to say that the occasional person or set of 3 people who feel that works for them should not be allowed to do that? That to me just feels like unnecessary state intervention in people's private lives. In terms of the other parts of the ordinance, I would, well, first of all, as I was sort of suggesting in my questions, I'm concerned about the wording of the option A and option B, and I trust Carl and the team to get that right. But I just want to flag that again and make sure that it's clear to everybody that substandard lots and parcels are not excluded from these rules. And I think either of the non-conforming use provisions it's complicated, and you know, the part of the goal, at least part of my hope, was to actually simplify these rules. This definitely makes it more complicated. But I think that option B would be a better choice. I read through all of the comments from the Be Heard Boulder survey, other than the ones that were many repetitions of people submitting the same thing. And every single one of those that was expressing concern about people living together was in the context of students. So that is the concern in the community. And so I feel that we should not be imposing undue restrictions on zone districts that are not even close to the university, where there's a low proportion of students. Even option B is just restricting based on zoning district. So it includes R01, for example, which R01 is, all over the city. So it's actually much more, option B excludes much more than just around the university, but at least it allows for greater occupancy in areas that are not close to the university. So I would be in support of that one if we're going to include one of those non-conforming use options.
Thank you. So Mark and then George, and then I'm going to speak.
Okay, I concur with Kurt in regard to the health and safety code and the expertise that has been used to make that code up. I also go back to a question that I asked Carl, and that was, can we limit occupancy for a family in any respect? And as what I understood from that, and what I understand is federal law, the answer is no. And Carl, correct me, like right now if I'm wrong, but it is essentially federal law that says we can't say, well, this he's a big 17-year-old, so he can't be in an ELU with his parents. It just doesn't work, and it would be that wouldn't comport with federal law. We couldn't do that. Is that correct, Carl?
I mean, I'll defer to the attorneys on the point of an ELU, because I know that the code is pretty strict about the number of people in an ELU, and it also does limit dependents. But as far as the definition of family, yes, we cannot restrict the size of a family.
Right. So
Right. Did you want me to chime in? Sorry, just to clarify a little bit. I totally agree with what Carl said. The difference here is even in other areas where families are part of single family homes or whatever, they still have to meet building code requirements and safety requirements. So you're still allowed to have that like overlay on top.
Right. But there's not anyway, okay. I just want to be clear that we can't go making code that violates federal law as much as it seems attractive to at times. As far as suggested changes, I concur with Kurt. My suggested change, and I noted this when our conversation about occupancy, like so many things, devolved into a conversation about parking and cars. And my request would be that we apply this level of effort and thought to parking reform and take it away from community vitality, so that we can have this level of reform on car storage that we're talking about for housing. So that's my only suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. George, then me, and then Laura.
Thank you. First, I concur with what ML kind of referenced around ELUs. I think it would be some kind of important distinction to put in there. I'm also concerned in general that the goal of this being the statements being around this being a moral issue. There are a lot of things at play in this community. The biggest one is CU, and the other biggest one is middle income families that we're losing in Boulder. And I think those two things are at odds. And unfortunately, I think a lot of the divisiveness around what we're trying to accomplish has those playing against each other to the point where we're creating sort of a no-win situation. And so the things I would be supportive of is something to the extent of what ML mentioned as it relates to ELUs, as it relates to the 5. For those that are saying it's a moral issue, I don't know why you'd vote for 5, because you're not solving your moral issue. For those of us that are opposed to what happens when you could put, to Lisa's example, you could put 5 students in a 2-bedroom unit and how that displaces a family trying to seek some sort of affordable housing. And it's interesting, right? Because the affordability issue is, it's unclear that it will create any affordability. It may, on a per person level, create some affordability for students, for instance. But at the same standpoint, it will make those same things less affordable for families because now they have to compete against that. And so I'm concerned that we're really not accomplishing anything that anybody wants here. And so I'm of the opinion that I'd rather see our city push CU for more housing, because this is what we're trying to solve. I think that's been dramatically overlooked here. I know it's not related to the ordinance, but I think we're dancing around a much bigger issue. And I think this will take us backwards in our hopes to get some middle income housing that's affordable for some people. And so if I was to be a supporter of anything, I would try to cap it at 4 rather than 5, because in the spirit of trying to create something to move something forward in the community, I know everyone wants that here. Me as well, right? I don't think we want to block anything. But at the same time, we've got to balance all these concerns. And to that point, I think that's the moral issue that we're facing, is we've got to balance all the concerns and not just weigh one group over another and try to create something that will work for our entire community. Thank you.
Thanks, George. All right, I'm going to speak and then Laura. So I agree with George. And for me, what I would want to see changed is in the proposed ordinance is that it would be 4, not 5. I think the public has actually spoken both through the rejection of the ballot measure and then in the various engagements that the staff has presented to us. Seems like everybody's comfortable with going up a bit, but there isn't a majority support for 5. So it seems a little weird that we're thinking about 5. I think option A seems to make the most sense and staff recommends it. And so I'm for option A. And I'm trying, and I really do appreciate Laura's effort to propose research into a affordability mechanism, but I wouldn't be comfortable with the research happens and then they can't do it. And so, but we've already passed 5. So I think doing some research and would be very, very helpful, but into whether there can be an affordability mechanism, but I wouldn't want to propose that we move forward with 5. And if we can't find a mechanism, well, so be it. I think that would be a mistake. And I also think we need to clarify the ELU allowances, and the language I came up with was, and again, this is a clause, not a complete sentence, because I'm trying to put it into a draft motion, and clarifies the ELU allowances to reflect Boulder's intention to serve small families. And that then puts in the record what the intention is without prohibiting 3 adults who might choose to rent a 475 square foot ELU together. So that's my take on it. I think after Laura speaks, maybe we'll go around once more, but then I think it would make sense to move to some motion making and just take some votes and we'll see where we are. Laura.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question in line with Kurt's comments about building code, health and safety. So my question is for Carl. With the ELUs, if it went to 3 people, unspecified, just 3 people per ELU, would that run into any problems with health and safety codes as we define it?
The 3 that we're proposing for the ELU is actually informed by the fact that the building code does allow 3. in an ELU. I think the way the building code reads is in an ELU, it's one person for every 220 square feet or portion thereof. So it ends up being 2.1 or something, which defaults to 3. I can double check, that with our building code folks, but again, I've talked to them about this and they've noted that the code would allow 3.
Thank you.
Okay, Kurt, your hand was up and now it's gone.
Sorry, I just very quickly want to agree with George that the sort of the fundamental problem here is that we have a deep lack of supply of housing, and that does pit segments of the market against each other. And that, I think that is the basic problem that we're running up against. So I agree with you on that.
Okay. Mark, did both electronic and your own hand.
I was so focused on reading. I have what I hope is a quick question for Carl. So staff has given us language for a motion to just approve the ordinance, okay? And then we've been discussing option A and option B tonight, and I find them slightly confusing, but I'm not going to delve back into this, although we have spent an awful lot of time on ELUs and like 4 or 5 people in the ELU. Anyway, my question is, in the last paragraph below option B, it says, it should be noted that if either option A or B, and maybe it should be neither, if neither option A or B were included in the ordinance, et cetera, et cetera. What I get from that is if we didn't adopt option A or B, and we just adopted the ordinance, a non-conforming use. So I have a house with 4 bedrooms, but it's non-conforming. And I'm currently limited to 3 unrelated people in that house. That use, my limit of 3 would not change until I came before and until I came to the planning department and asked for an adjustment, an expansion of my non-conforming use. And hence that would be a potential planning board call-up item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so is option A or option B or neither option? And in which case, neither doesn't just mean 5 everywhere, even non-conforming uses. It means they've got to ask for an expansion of non-conforming use.
That's right.
That helps me a great deal. Thank you.
So we're gonna, Laura.
I just wanted to make a process suggestion that I think is probably where you're going, Sarah, but I just wanted to put this on the table. It seems like the big decisions before us, and Sarah, I really appreciated what you said at the beginning of we don't have to have unanimity. We can send something to council with a clear signal of this was, this was 3 to 4, this was 5 to 2. I think that's fine. I think the big choices are 4 or 5, right? Council's already expressed a preference, but that doesn't prevent us from expressing a different preference, 4 or 5. Option A, option B, or neither, as Mark just pointed out. We could poll on that, whether we want to put additional language on the ELU. And then I think the other thing on the table was my suggestion about researching a way to tie an increase in rental occupancy to some kind of affordability provision, the same way that we did with the ADUs, and do that through rental licensing and see if there's support for that. I would support that whether we go with 4 or 5. I think that should be researched. So I don't know if there were other things that people wanted to add or condition.
I think those were the primary issues. And I actually have a motion I'd like to make. I accept that it may be voted down or not even seconded, but I'd like very much to make this motion, and then let's see how it falls out. So I sent it already to Devin, who may or may not already have put it up. Okay, so I'm proposing a motion that planning board recommends that city council adopt ordinance 8585, amending chapter 9-8 intensity standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details with the following conditions. option A regarding non-conforming uses citywide. General occupancy restrictions are limited to 4 unrelated persons, and clarifies the ELU allowances to reflect Boulder's intention to serve small families, or to serve families. Maybe we don't need small in there, but I'm trying to capture what both Brad and Carl said was the intention, without trying to solve for the problem that the other problems that they also brought up. So that is my motion. Is there a second?
Sarah, before I second or don't second, would it be possible, staff, to look at option A again, please?
I'll pull it up here.
Thanks, Carl. I can get it in the packet too. I just want to make sure that we can stare at that language since it's, specifically called out here.
Is it legal to put that motion language in the chat, or is that prohibited?
Well, I had to send it to Devin to put on the shared. I mean, how else?
No, I actually wanted to copy and paste a little bit from
You
that.
can put it in the chat for discussion. Yeah.
It's it is in the chat, so you
Okay.
can pull it from there.
Thank you, Carl. I know that this is also in the packet. It's just nice to have a visual where you can all look at it.
Yeah, I mean, basically option A is just applying the language that's in the code today to non-conforming uses. Option B is only different, that it only applies to the zones that are around the university.
See, and I could make an argument, doesn't mean I'm correct, but I could make an argument that much like when you press down on a balloon filled with water, you're going to end up having the challenges of student housing spread across the city, both as the city as the university expands, and apparently they don't have enough housing even for their freshmen, the incoming freshman class, but also as limitations are placed on the neighborhoods around the university, which I think need to happen. But once you do that, the problem's gonna, the bulge is gonna spread out.
Sarah, I'm going to cut off your discussion. I don't disagree with you, but we got a motion on the floor.
Yeah, sorry.
Rawr. Okay. So sorry, I feel like I'm repeating a question here. It's just a question I need to get straight in my own brain so I can second or not second, or someone else can decide to second or not second. So option A, I'm back to being confused. I apologize for my confusion around the parenthetical citywide non-conforming uses. So would option A make it so that in all the zones listed in A, B, C, and so on, as long as it was a conforming use, like for example, a townhome built in the 1970s, could you still have 5 unrelated?
On a conforming use.
In a conforming use. Yep. Okay. So this would only apply to the non-conforming.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Carl, for repeating that.
No
okay.
worries.
And Carl,
right,
can I just say, as I'm understanding it, the problem is that like in areas around the university, you might have a lot that was originally a single family house, and then it was subdivided into 4 or 5 units, and now it's a non-conforming lot in that zone, and each of those 4 or 5 units could then go up to 5 people, and that was a concern that was expressed both by the public and by City Council. City Council asked you to look into this, and so this is the solution that is proposed specifically for those non-conforming sort of subdivided lots that are already over-occupied according to their zone.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's motion on the floor or on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, George has seconded it. We can open for discussion, or we can just vote on it, and then if it fails, we'll go to the next motion. So ML and then Lisa.
Carl, both option A and option B are for non-conforming uses. The primary difference is B only impacts the areas close to the university, whereas option A, any neighborhood that's been upzoned and downzoned and has these remnants of legal non-conforming buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So one is citywide and one is exactly like it says right here, citywide and university.
Well, I'm sorry, small clarification though, Carl. I think you said it applies anywhere you have these zones. These are the zones that are adjacent to the university, but there's RL1 in other places of the city that are not near the university.
Right,
That
yeah.
may or may not have non-conforming uses.
Yeah, we just included the zones that are around the university, but if that zone elsewhere in the city would also be limited.
Right,
If it
so
happens to have
RL
non-conforming uses.
Yes.
And right, RL1 extends
Wait,
lots and
Kurt.
lots of places in the city.
Wait, wait,
right?
wait, Kurt, I'm sorry, Lisa was next and then I'll call on you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to,
No, I'm a delinquent who left my hand up. It
Oh,
is
sorry.
Kurt,
Okay.
sorry. It's
Kurt,
a process problem.
sorry, Kurt, your turn.
I'm
You're
good,
on-
thank
okay.
you.
Okay, is there discussion? Devin, can you put up the motion that's on the table, please? Devin? Thank you. Okay, is there more commentary? Laura?
So just want to call to everybody's attention and clarify that with this motion, we would, as planning board, be recommending a 4-person occupancy limit citywide rather than a 5-person, as city council asked staff to explore. And city council kind of already rejected the 4-person by a majority vote, but we could make a different recommendation as planning board.
Correct. Okay, so we have a second. I do not see any more hands. Oh, Lisa?
Okay, now my hand's actually up, sorry. So, and I'll put it down right now so I don't forget. I like where it's going. I think it's true, you know, council might just be like, we want 5, and you know, they get to do what they want to do and they are elected. I mean, it still feels like Boulder becomes a really interesting market to buy a house in, and then, you know, and again, like I'm actually not concerned about Kurt or ML or whatever, or people who have plenty of money making a decision, but I think CU students are very cash strapped, and I have concerns about it. I'm trying to think if I have any kind of a friendly, I think this is the tricky thing with occupancy, right? Is how do you address the lack of fairness in the ways at which it can discriminate and hurt people in a city that has the green belt and a height restriction. And I'm not getting into all of that because I think there's good reasons why we have those. You know, I guess I'm just going to raise, and I'm not saying that I'm voting for it or against it or anything yet, that I don't think it addresses that issue of kind of incentivizing some behaviors that I see as being really damaging to the missing middle and really damaging to, you know, families and folks who want to live in Boulder. It worries me.
But before I go to George or Laura, can I just ask a question of Lisa?
Yeah, please go ahead.
If there was a separate motion that tried to capture Laura's objective of trying to develop a mechanism for affordability for that board.
I liked that idea. I thought that was an interesting idea. I mean, I haven't vetted it for legality or functionality or anything, but I think it's a really interesting notion that if you're going to go above, and I don't know, Laura, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but above whatever it was, the old occupancy requirement, or above 3 or something. And again, and I don't want to turn this into bedrooms are for people referendum or anything, but there was an elegance to that notion, right? To the idea of you have the square footage, you have a bedroom. There are concerns about subdividing bedrooms, whatever. But where you're like, hey, you've got this 5 or 6 bedroom house. That doesn't worry me that much, right? I'm concerned about packing a lot of people, especially students or somebody else, into a small space. And so, yeah, I mean, if there was some way to maybe tie it and say, hey, you know, if you're going to try to get a bunch of people into a small area, well, then you shall not, you know, I don't know what we tie that number to, but, you know, it's going to be cheaper for them. I think that would have something of a chilling effect on speculative, you know, speculative investment property owners, you know, really, really kind of trying to turn it into a pretty intense tenement situation. And I'll also say that I have not done my due diligence or homework on looking into what the existing restrictions or requirements would be around health, safety, and, you know, square footage and all of that, which may address this to some extent, but perhaps not enough.
Thank you, Lisa. George, then Laura, and then Mark. and then maybe we'll go to a vote on this particular motion.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on what Lisa was saying, because I have some of the same reservations that you do, Lisa, relative to that. Yeah, I'm kind of pushing myself here to get some kind of compromise that I could agree to on the table. And so that's why I seconded this motion. From my perspective, obviously I'm not the motion maker, but I would also be supportive of some kind of affordability that we could put in here that wouldn't be onerous, but would sort of balance that concern, because I think affordability is what we're trying to achieve here to some extent. And we have to balance the affordability for middle income versus the affordability for students, along with all the health and safety things. But again, I would love to, if someone had ideas around that, I would certainly be open to hearing them. Obviously, I'm not the motion maker, but I did want to put that on the table. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Whatever happens with this motion, if it gets voted up or voted down, and I am going to vote down on it, not because I don't appreciate the desire to come to compromise, but because I would like to send a clear signal that some of us support 5 rather than 4. Whatever happens with this motion or subsequent motions, I am going to offer a separate recommendation. I have some draft language here. Planning board recommends that staff and city council explore revising city rental license requirements to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy for rental properties, something like that. And I'm going to put that on the table as a separate motion. So I just wanted to let folks know that.
To clarify, Laura, when you say additional occupancy, you mean above and beyond the 5 that you're gonna, or the 4, or are you saying above and beyond the 3 that currently exists?
I'm saying above and beyond what exists now that city council is looking at changing. So if we go to 4 or if we go to 5, I think we all care about affordability, every single one of us, right? And I think all of our commenters who I think the people who put bedrooms are for people forward, the people who are in favor of 5, they also care about affordability. And I know that probably some folks will disagree with me and want simplicity and not to complicate things and just go ahead and pass additional occupancy. And I can support that. But I do think that it would be worthwhile for staff and city council to explore, hey, is there some way that we can tie some affordability to this? For me, my vote's not contingent upon that, but I think it's a good idea to really look into. And I think we want that. So I don't know why we wouldn't look into it.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, Mark and then Lisa.
I just simply want to point out that the motion as is drafted now, it gets us back into the vagaries of families. What's a family, and specifically small families? To me, it's too vague and doesn't accomplish the goals of either simplification or kind of eliminating the familial status out of the whole equation.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Lisa?
Yeah, I need to think through this so that nobody, is like, you said you were fine with that. But what I would say is if we could find some way, and I like kind of the direction that you were talking about, Laura, of, saying, hey, and I think we would, and sorry, Mark, this doesn't address what you were just talking about, it goes the other direction. But I think we would have to, in some way, shape, or form, as current code requires, exempt families, right? Where families are protected. But if we're looking at unrelated or whatever above, and we can put in some requirement for affordability, and I don't know exactly how we do that. To me, in many ways, and again, I'd kind of like, and maybe staff has some information on restrictions that current health and safety require as far as square footage, or I haven't dug into it. To me, I wouldn't be as concerned about 4 versus 5 people, because it removes a lot of that drive and desire to to really get people in there. So like for me at least, I still think 4 is a more sensible number to start with. I think that we heard more support from that from the community, and I'm really loath to not listen to the community when we take the trouble to go out and talk to them, because that makes them stop talking to us. But anyway, I'm just saying, if we put something like that in, then I think I would be more like, okay, fine, like whatever. I don't know if 4 versus 5 really matters that much, provided that we have something in there, that tries to address this affordability issue and speculative rentals.
So a question for you, Lisa. So Laura's language is not a requirement. by which I mean, it recommends the city explore. And that if they can't find a way, then they're, okay, they can't find a way. And
I would
which
want
is-
stronger language than that. A recommendation would not be strong enough for me to vote for it personally, but that may not matter. We may have enough votes anyway with or without me,
So-
but I would need like,
So
I
I'd
would need
like to-
something that,
Okay, so let me just put this out there, which is we could add language we could take away the word small families and just leave families, because that Mark, we're just trying to address the ELU question, which is why it's attached to the ELU component. And then add a phrase, and don't type anything yet, but add a phrase or a clause that says, and requires affordability, I just don't know that the city can do this, but requires a mechanism to guarantee affordability for the additional resident above current allowances as of 7/25/23.
yeah, and I think it's fine if it costs a bit more, right? I mean, it's more wear and tear on the house, it's more trouble for the landlord, they're executing more leases, but I just, I'm very concerned about what is being incentivized under the proposed language, not this proposed language, but the original.
Okay, so I'm fine with adding a clause such as the one I just said. Laurel, you have your hand up.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is if you are going to add language, to make sure it's an amendment.
Okay.
So if you do go down that road, just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, there has been no formal amendment made. The motion has been made and seconded. Now we're discussing.
Right, just discussing. Yeah, but if you want to move forward with it.
Okay. So Lisa,
You may be able to see Sarah, but I just wanted to mention that Kurt has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Kurt, your wall is yellow. I didn't see your yellow hand.
Oh, sorry. I need to repaint my walls.
Yes, just the upper corner.
Yeah, right. I just wanted to say that I think what Laura is suggesting is intriguing. I'm 100% in support of affordability. I would not support something that would add a requirement, because there's so many unknowns. We have no idea whether this would be possible or legal or whatever. And so I would not support anything that framed it as a requirement. I would love to have a recommendation that the city look into this.
Right, so that's interesting. So here's my suggestion. Let's vote on this motion, and then if it is voted down, then we will start messing around with it. All right, so I'm going to restate the motion. Planning board recommends city council. Can you make this a little bit bigger, Devin? I'm sorry, my eyesight's going. Thank you. Okay. Planning board recommends that city council adopt ordinance 8585, amending chapter 9-8 intensity standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details with the following conditions. Option A, regarding non-conforming uses citywide, general occupancy restrictions are limited to 4 unrelated persons and clarifies the ELU allowances to reflect Boulder's intention to serve families. Get rid of the word small. Okay, so the motion has been restated. This would be, I think, the moment when if someone wanted to offer an amendment. Is that correct, Laurel? Is that correct? If someone wants to offer an amendment, now is the time.
Yeah, usually you do it before you restate it, but if somebody wants to offer an amendment.
Okay. Does someone want to offer an amendment to this, or should we just vote on this first? Vote on it first. Okay. Kurt.
No.
ML. ML.
No.
Laura.
No.
George.
Yes.
Lisa.
No.
Mark.
No.
Sarah is a yes. So it fails 2 to 5. All right. So who has a next motion? Who has a next motion? Kurt.
Sorry. So I would, we lost the language, but I would move something that was analogous.
Devin, put the language back.
Replacing, sorry.
I'm asking Devin to put the language back up, please.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and also Kurt, you do not have to do this, but if you wanted to take like 30 or seconds or 60 seconds to take this language as drafted and type it up and then send it to Devin, sometimes that can be a little more efficient, but you don't have to do that. You can also read it into the record. It's just that sometimes, depending on how your brain works, it might be a nicer way to get it in front of everybody's eyeballs.
Okay, sure, that's fine. I mean, what I was going to suggest is a very simple change. It's changing the 4 unrelated to 5 unrelated, eliminating the section about the ELUs, and then including Laura's recommendation at the end. And I don't have the exact wording for that.
It's in the chat. And Kurt, I don't think you need to say general occupancy restrictions are limited to 5. That's already in staff's ordinance. That's already in the ordinance. So I think you can just end it as at option A, and then you could include my recommendation as well, if you like.
Yeah, good point.
And you're
Devin,
including
you
that
can-
as a recommendation and not mandatory.
Devin, you can delete after citywide, the general occupancy through persons. Oh, yeah. You don't even need the 5 unrelated, because I think it's part of the original language as drafted by staff. Yeah.
So I will read the motion, and then someone can second it or not, and then we will discuss. Planning board, thank you. Planning board recommends that City Council adopt Ordinance 8585, amending Chapter 9-8 Intensity Standards, BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details with the following conditions. Option A, regarding non-conforming uses citywide, and that staff and City Council explore revising city rental license requirements to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy beyond existing allowances as of July 2023 for rental properties. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, Laura seconds. Commentary. I know I have a comment, but I'll go first if people don't mind. My concern about this is that we increase without the guarantee of an affordability mechanism. And then we don't solve the problems that Lisa and George have been speaking to. So that's my comment. ML.
Thank you, Sarah. So I have a question, Kurt. In option A, why did you select an option versus no option, which would require any non-conforming use that wants to increase its occupancy to have a this keeps the occupancy let me see, option A keeps the occupancy kind of reduced. So I'm just curious as to why option A versus doing neither and requiring a review case by case rather than putting a blanket out there.
Can I direct respond?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I was putting this out primarily because this seems, other than the addition of the affordability provision, this seems closest to what council actually seems to be moving towards. So I just wanted to get a vote on this and see how planning board felt about it. I thought it would be good to get input to city council on the as much as possible the thing that they're considering.
Okay, Laura and then Mark.
So I want to speak to option A and also the statement that Sarah made about this doesn't solve the problem that Lisa and George identified, which I agree it doesn't. So not necessarily anyway, it doesn't guarantee it. But option A, I liked option A because I think it is responsive to what I think City Council is responding to, which is those neighborhoods that are closest to the university. And they have some real issues with non-conforming properties that are already a source of increased density in their neighborhoods that some folks are finding problematic for all the reasons that they have talked about. And if you have multiple units in a building that's already non-conforming and then you let them have additional occupancy, it does have an impact on the neighborhoods. And I think we as a board have compassion for those things. Not for me personally, I don't think it impacts my view on occupancy citywide, but I think that we can be responsive to that particular concern in a smart way. And I think this does respond to that concern. I personally am not super concerned about people voluntarily signing up to live in super crowded conditions. I don't think a lot of people will do that. And I don't think that the market will trend that way. We're not Tokyo. I think that people can find housing that meets their needs, but there are some people that are going to be okay with living 3 people in an ELU or 5 people in a 3-bedroom apartment. When I was a student, I lived in one dorm room with my roommate, and we had, significant others that spent a significant amount of time with us. And that was fine for a period of my life. I would not choose that for the rest of my life. So I think that we can have flexibility for people's different housing arrangements. But I do think that option A responds to that specific concern in a smart way. And then addressing the specific, the fact that the recommendation at the end here about exploring making a mandatory change to rental licensing to require affordability in exchange for that additional occupancy. I do think that that's something that City Council will be amenable to looking into, and that if we can make it work, we probably will. I know they want to do something simple and do it now with the council that we have in place, but I think that the new council will probably also, I can't imagine anybody's going to get elected in Boulder that doesn't care about housing and affordability. So I do think that this will get followed up on. I think it, like just the way that this board of very diverse people who were appointed by very diverse city councils, and we come with very different perspectives, we all kind of recognize this affordability problem. And if we can find a way to solve it in a smart way, we're going to do that. And so I think making this recommendation for me is sufficient. And I wouldn't want it to be a required thing, because I do think that we need to increase occupancy no matter what. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, thank you, Laura. I think it was Mark, and George, and ML.
So while I sympathize with the effort to increase affordability by exploring changing the rental licensing requirements, what I think this would do would be to create a whole nother level of complexity, that because you're saying as of July, as of now, the current occupancy limits are here and in place, and that we would delay implementation of additional occupancy until council explores revising the licensing requirement to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy. Hence, A, is complex, and B, it's much delayed. And my sense of this council is there are certain things on their agenda that they want to get done before November, and this is one of them. And so unless I'm reading this wrong, I will not be supporting this. And in addition, I will have a motion that does not use option A or B to address the non-conformance.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And just a reminder, our job is not to reaffirm or deny city council's hoped for outcomes.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so just that. All right.
Can I just ask a question as a colloquy on that? Just a point of clarification from staff. Carl, are you with us?
Yes, he's right there.
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is, if we did include this language about exploring revising the city rental licenses, in your opinion, would that require a delay in implementing the occupancy change if we also approved an occupancy change, or could it be retroactively a change to the rental licenses?
I mean, I think it depends on whether what council says. I think if planning board includes that in the motion, we would convey that to council. But as we're in the process of bringing the ordinance to council, we wouldn't have a solution, you know, for when council acts on it. So council would have to decide whether to defer action on the ordinance until a solution is found, or they may pass it and tell us to explore it as planning board has requested, and then we might follow up on it later. Whether it would apply retroactively, you know, generally, if a new restriction were put in on rental licenses, it would be in effect 30 days after that subsequent ordinance. So it kind of just depends on what city council does.
Okay, so it would not necessarily require a delay in implementation.
Only if council wanted to delay it so that this solution could be figured out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Kurt, George, ML.
I think actually the order is the other way around. It's ML, me, and then Kurt.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. ML, George, Kurt.
Okay, well, thank you. Option A, I think option A is not the one that is dealing with areas adjacent to the university. So it isn't specifically targeting the concerns that people in those neighborhoods had. Option A is citywide. But I think the clarification that Carl gave us on both A and B is that, you know, RL1 and the RLs are the biggest zoning in the city, and they're included in both of these options. So just because it says adjacent to the university, Carl, did I misunderstand? RL1 is in many places besides the university, and it would be subject to this same non-conformance process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let me see, that was one comment I had, and I am curious about are we able to have the same law, i.e. whatever occupancy we agree on, applied differently? So across the city, it's applied, yes, you have a bigger occupancy as of this ordinance, but if you have a rental license, it's going to be applied differently. Can that happen? Can it be applied differently? So requirements on it as a rental versus just
homeownership.
Yeah, I might have to defer to our legal counsel on that.
Yeah, I think it's something that we would have to explore and like make sure we aren't causing any issues under any other state or federal law. So I don't have the answer right now, but it's something we would explore as it turns out.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we had a question about the same law being interpreted differently under different circumstances as not being a good way to proceed. But anyway, those are my two comments on this as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, ML. Okay, so George, then Kurt, and then I'm gonna call the motion and let's see what we get. George.
I appreciate the concept of trying to add affordability in here. I think I'm with Lisa in that the 4 or 5 at the end of the day for me doesn't matter so much if affordability was mandated and if students weren't competing with families. And the idea of just putting explore in here, unfortunately, to the point where someone wants to, let's say, to the point that's brought up about council and wanting to get this done, right? And pushing this through and then exploring it later means it's not going to happen. And it means it's going to be a free for all. And I actually think in many ways, this is, if we have 5 I think it's actually worse than bedrooms are for people. It could be a worse outcome than what the community expected, and the community voted that down. So for me, this just doesn't, I guess I want to signal that I don't think occupancy is not necessarily a limiter for me. What is a limiter is the issue around creating this competitive environment where families will lose, the students occupy these places everywhere, and the university is not pushed to build housing for the students. And Boulder loses in that equation big time. So that's why I wouldn't vote for this. If there was a mandate of affordability where we could try to balance that equation, I'd be for it. Thank you.
Kurt, unless someone desperately needs to add something, you'll be the last, and then we'll vote on this motion.
Okay, so two things to respond to Mark, but my intent in adding Laura's affordability language was not to make the occupancy changes contingent on that, because we don't know what is possible and what, you know, is legal and so on. So to me, those are separate things. If we can get the affordability, that's great, but I have no idea whether that's possible. It would require a ton more thinking. And then just a point of process, I think that there hasn't been a second on this.
No, we did second it. We did.
I seconded it, Kurt.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
seconded.
Never mind.
Okay, all right. Unless someone is desperate to add something, I'm going to restate the motion and go to a vote. All right, Planning Board recommends that City Council adopt Ordinance 8585, amending Chapter 9-8 Intensity Standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details with the following conditions. Option A, regarding non-conforming uses citywide, and that staff and City Council explore revising city rental license requirements to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy beyond existing allowances as of July 2023 for rental properties. All right, Lisa.
No.
No. Mark.
No.
George.
No.
Laura.
Yes.
ML.
No.
Kurt.
Yes.
Sarah's a no. So it fails 2 to 5. Is that correct? Whoever's keeping track.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so here's what I would recommend as our last option, is to vote on the motion recommended by staff. And if it fails, we've sent a clear message to City Council, and then we can also consider Laura's separate proposal. So if that is okay with everyone.
No, I'm sorry. I would, Madam Chair,
yes.
I move, and I'll read my motion language. So I would like to make a motion.
Can you actually cut and paste it and send it to Devin so he can
send it to Devin
while you're reading it?
I sent it to Devin and I put it in the chat both.
Oh, okay.
I move, Planning Board recommends that City Council adopt Ordinance 8585, amending Chapter 9-8 Intensity Standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details. Additionally, Planning Board recommends 1, against adopting either option A or B regarding non-conforming use. 2, additional enforcement of behavior by any city resident that violates our code, with specific attention to code violations for noise, trash, and parking. 3, that council explore revising city rental license requirements to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy beyond existing allowance as of July 2023 for rental properties.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, do we have discussion, or can we, I mean, I think we've, all right, Laura has something she wants to say. Laura?
I want to ask Mark, can you speak to why you have condition 1 against adopting either option A or option B regarding non-conforming use?
Because I find that the limitations in option A or B for non-conforming use doesn't really speak to it. There is an incredible mishmash of non-conforming uses all over the city because of our up zoning and down zoning and zoning back up again, etc. And that it would, I think there would be situations where a landlord would have a perfectly wonderful unit that would allow for greater occupancy, and they would be denied under A or B. And there are other cases where, anyway, I think there would be cases where it might make complete sense. And what makes complete sense to me is that they come to staff and they say, we want, gee, my unit has 6 bedrooms, is non-conforming, but I want to have a 5-person occupancy as per the code, and I'm willing to go through a use review to get there.
Thanks, Mark. Lisa.
Yeah, and I know you're very aware of this, Sarah, so this isn't for you. Just quick time check. We are 5 minutes till 10:30. I will be signing off at 10:30 sharp. I encourage anyone else who wants to leave to also leave then, including staff. You probably can't, but you should. And so I just wanted to raise that. I don't want to put a big damper on it. You don't necessarily need me. You've got quorum without me. But just heads up, and maybe we can move some voting along a bit without stifling conversation too much.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa. Kurt, I don't want to cut you off, but if it's not something you said before, please go ahead. If it is something you said before, maybe just say ditto to something.
I'll just say I strongly support this.
Okay, great. Okay, I am going to call the motion and then we'll vote on it. Planning Board recommends that City Council adopt Ordinance 8585, amending Chapter 9-8 Intensity Standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details. Additionally, Planning Board recommends 1, against adopting either option A or B regarding non-conforming use, 2, additional enforcement of behavior by any city resident that violates our code with specific attention to code violations for noise, trash, and parking, 3, that City Council explore revising city rental license requirements to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy beyond existing allowances as of July 2023 for rental properties. I'm going to go, yes.
I'm sorry, Sarah, but Mark, do you mean additional enforcement of behavior? I mean, that's like encouraging it.
Additional, okay. Is that the way other people read that?
Additional enforcement of behavior that violates our code. So we're enforcing behavior that violates our code.
I didn't read it that way, ML. I read it as enforcement of code violations.
Yeah, I read it as enforcing behavior that violates. So that is behavior in violation of code.
Right?
It's not saying reinforcement of behavior. It's saying enforcement. You could say enforcement against behavior by any city resident that violates. So can we change of to against?
Yes.
Does that fix it?
I think it would be abundantly clear. Sorry.
Hold on. Laurel, do I need to restate the motion? Yes. Planning Board recommends that City Council, I'm going to know this in my sleep by the end of this. Planning Board recommends that City Council adopt Ordinance 8585, amending Chapter 9-8 Intensity Standards BRC 1981, increasing the number of persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and setting forth related details. Additionally, Planning Board recommends 1, against adopting either option A or B regarding non-conforming use, 2, additional enforcement against behavior by any city resident that violates our code with specific attention to code violations for noise, trash, and parking, 3, that City Council explore revising city rental license requirements to require affordability in exchange for additional occupancy beyond existing allowances as of July 2023 for rental properties. Kurt.
Yes.
ML.
Yes.
Lisa.
No.
George.
No.
Mark.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Sarah is a no, so it passes 4-3.
We
All
did
right.
it.
We did do something, that is for sure. Okay. We are done with this public hearing item. Lisa, go to sleep. And I believe I have to go back, look at the agenda.
Lisa.
Okay, we are
You have
done.
me for 1 minute. No, no, yeah.
Okay, Brad, is there a debrief, calendar check, anything?
Nope, just appreciate your time. We are working through those items I sent in my email in terms of the retreat and meeting schedule in August, but stay tuned on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin, I'm sorry, Charles first, anything? Devin, anything? Okay.
Nothing for me.
Okay, thank you
I
all.
do want to add one last thing, and just a great big thanks to Carl for what has been a monumental task, regardless of its ultimate permutations. So big thank you.
On a topic that nobody loves. So.
All right, I declare this meeting closed. Everyone go home and go to sleep. We got done by 10:30.
Thanks,
Well done.
Aaron, for moving us through this. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.